the spring of 1846, a group of hopeful pioneers departed Independence, Missouri, under the banner of Manifest Destiny. They charted course across the Oregon Trail with hopes to settle in California, all 87 of its total participants looking forward to a new life out west. Collectively, the group was known as the Donner Party, and away they went on a frontier journey that no man, woman, nor child would ever forget, either then or now. Of course, the defining aspect of the Donner Party wasn't their ill-sighted attempt at a shortcut around Hastings Cutoff, or their plight in the snow-ridden Sierra Nevada mountains that followed it. Rather, it was their notorious reliance on cannibalism to survive these harsh conditions that has dominated the discourse over the last 175 years. While historians have debated for decades whether their cannibalism was truly just a means of survival or came with much more nefarious explanations, the Donner Party isn't actually the only case of documented cannibalism in the Old West. Cannibals were rumored to stalk the untamed lands of the frontier, usually in the form of barbaric Native American tribes that even the friendly indigenous bands wanted nothing to do with. However, these notions were mostly folklore, embedded in prejudice. Cannibalism was not rampant amongst most bands of Native Americans, and existed mostly pre-colonization. That being said, there were still cannibals stalking the deserts, high plains, and mountainsides of the frontier. To gain a better understanding of their role in the evils of the country's history, here's a deeper dive into maybe the most bizarre tale of cannibalism in the Wild West. Introducing the true and terrifying story of Alfred Packer. Alfred Griner Packer was born on January 21st, 1842, in a small unincorporated settlement near Allegheny County, Pennsylvania. He was the third child to his parents, James and Esther Packer. When Packer was only 8 years old, the family of 5 was uprooted to LaGrange County, Indiana. While James' income as a cabinet maker was enough to support his wife and children, the titular Packer's upbringing was beset with trouble and instability. He was notoriously unhappy with both of his parents. One report called it a bitter relationship. However, it's unknown if James and Esther were truly heinous, or if Packer himself was nothing more than a stubborn problem child. Regardless, there were no social services or mental health resources to mend broken families. Rather, it was up to the parents and children themselves, and in this case, Packer didn't want to stick around to make amends. Instead, he traveled north to Minnesota, where he was employed as a shoemaker by his late teenage years. At the age of 20, Packer saw opportunity in the Union Army and enlisted in April of 1862. His service was short-lived, however, when he was honorably discharged due to an increase of seizures. The seizures were a symptom of his epilepsy. Packer tried at a second stint in the Army a year later, without much of a direction in life. This time, he enlisted in the 8th Iowa Cavalry Regiment, but was soon dismissed when his seizures started up again. On the 2-year anniversary of his initial enlistment, Packer was honorably discharged a second time, and his military career ended for good. Without anywhere else to go, Packer fled west. He found employment in a variety of industries, including jobs as a ranch hand, teamster, big game hunter, and trail guide. In the latter gig, Packer was deemed as one of the worst scouts his fellow guides had ever seen. He was extremely forgetful and struggled to read maps, let alone memorize the trail. More of his travelers were lost by his hand than successfully guided to their destination. In fact, when taking a step back and looking at the big picture, Packer failed at most of what he tried in the mid-1860s. He was considered belligerent, short-tempered, and worst of all, a pathological liar. There were also reports of Packer showing signs of kleptomania, making him an even harder character to trust. Regardless, his inclination to argue about everything with everyone and the constant threat of violence hanging over every interaction made Packer an undesirable figure as he tried to make his mark. His last attempt at resorting to a regular life was a miner in the Colorado Territory, but when he didn't strike gold, he packed up and moved further west to the Utah Territory. By the 1870s, Packer still hadn't established himself in any field since his westward exodus. However, he still marketed himself as a scout and prospector, despite never having a single ounce of success in either career. It would be this undying grift that would lead him down a path of unquestionable evil. It was November of 1873 when a crew of 20 or so hopeful miners caught wind of the gossip coming out of Colorado. Reports of a massive gold strike near Breckenridge trickled in, and soon thereafter, the miners in Bingham Canyon trickled out. Salt Lake City was desirable no more for men seeking riches, and their delusions of grandeur would later be their undoing. The faction of 20 miners were led by Bob McGrew, but no one in the party had much experience scouting the gold fields of the San Juan Mountains, or the Colorado Territory in general. But lo and behold, just 25 miles into their excursion, they ran into Alfred Packer near Provo, Utah. Packer immediately swindled the miners into believing he had knowledge of the San Juan region and could guide them to their claims. Truthfully, the Bingham miners had no other choice. Their lack of understanding the geography of Colorado left them clueless. They decided the risk in following Packer outweighed the risk of going in blind, and the hapless scout was given the reins. Throughout the first week of the excursion, little by little, the mining party lost their faith in Packer. At first, they were taken aback by his seizures, concerned for his well-being on multiple occasions. Then they noticed he only carried a Colt revolver rather than a field rifle, unlike most trail guides of the time. Packer was also quick to fight with any and all the miners who challenged him. One member, Preston Nutter, famously referred to him as the whining fraud. Others witnessed him stealing rations, refusing to do chores, and seeing him beg for food and drink until his peers were so sick of hearing him, they'd fold just to shut him up for a few hours. Eventually, the crisp autumn weather gave way to winter, and the Spanish Trail was blanketed by snow. The wagons were slowed down immensely, and the party would go days without having moved a single mile. At a certain point, the path wasn't even noticeable, and Packer and company were left to navigate with just a compass in tow. The biggest issue they faced was the issue of food. The men didn't have enough resources to last them through multiple delays, let alone in the heart of the winter season. Eventually, their rations were depleted, and they had no other choice but to eat the horse feed. Nobody needed to acknowledge it, but if their plight continued, the next option would be the horses themselves. Luckily, for the time being, it never came down to that. Rather, in January of '74, the crew ran into Chief Ouray and his band of Utes. Ouray was known for his friendliness towards whites and unquestioned hospitality. He let the hungry and harried miners stay with his tribe near present-day Montrose, Colorado. Once the men were fed and given proper shelter, they met with Chief Ouray to discuss their predicament. He told Packer and company they should seriously consider postponing their trip until the spring, as the winter weather was only going to get worse in the actual mountains. Ouray's warning was heeded, at least for a few weeks. The men recuperated at the Uncompahgre Valley camp until they simply couldn't play the waiting game anymore. They knew the longer they stood pat, the less gold would be waiting for them in Breckenridge. Thus, at the beginning of February, 11 of the 20 or so miners decided that despite the hellacious snowfall, they were to press on. Chief Ouray knew he could do or say nothing to convince them otherwise, and gave them provisions for their trip. He also left them with one final piece of advice: bypass the mountains and follow the banks of the Gunnison River. Of course, a complete bypass of the mountains would mean safer travels, but it would also mean yet another delay in their estimated arrival. For 5 of the men, it didn't matter. They were already risking so much by carrying on. For the other 6, including Alfred Packer, what was the harm in one more shortcut? Lying for the umpteenth time, Packer was able to convince the more gullible of the bunch that he knew exactly where they were headed, and regardless of the snowy conditions, could guide them through the mountains without question. It makes no sense, looking back through a modern lens, why those 5 men would continue to follow Packer right onto death's doorstep. It was borderline insanity, but the dreams of gold and their delusions of grandeur would make even the most hardened of men fold under the pressure of survival. It was February 9th, and the time to press on arrived. Alfred Packer was joined by Israel Old Man Swan, James Humphrey, George California Noon, Shannon Bell, and in an ironic twist, Frank Butcher Miller. The other group bid them adieu, and the original party head, Bob McGrew, led the 6 miners as far along the river as his horses could manage. When they reached the breaking point, McGrew unloaded as much supplies as Packer and company could carry, turned his mounts around, and made the trek back to Chief Uray's encampment. The men, meanwhile, looked ahead at their quest, ominously unfolding. They had 14 days worth of provisions to last over 75 miles of travel. This didn't include flint or the appropriate clothes to protect them from the cutting winds and intense snowfall. Their ammunition was lacking, and with only a few guns and knives, the odds were not in their favor. The 6 doomed men marched forth anyway. What happened over the next 2 months is a cloud of eternal uncertainty. It was the brisk morning of April 16th, 1874, when the ragged and rugged Alfred Packer walked out of the pine, across the frozen lake, and into the Los Pinos Indian Agency. The man was in a daze of sorts, stumbling around with an innate fear saturating his eyes. He barged into the local mess hall, where men enjoying a quiet breakfast turned to see the silhouette of Packer, standing and crying out for shelter. After taking a moment to process the shocking arrival, the agency men gathered around Packer and sat him at the table. All he had on his person was a knife, a coffee pot, a stuffed satchel, and a curiously high-priced Winchester. When they handed him his food, the scout scarfed it down, only to vomit it all back up, just as fast. He shrugged it off, saying it must have been the result of a ruined digestive tract, after nearly starving to death in the wilderness. Packer then washed down his breakfast with a few shots of Old Orchard, his energy returning. A little boozed up, the befuddled men watching him asked what had happened, to which Packer happily obliged them with a story. He took them back to the thick of his journey, when all 6 men were still together. He revealed he'd been the victim of photokeratitis, called the snowblind in 19th century tongue, and couldn't keep up. Not wanting to deal with an injured traveler, the rest of the men figured it best they just leave him behind. Supposedly, Old Man Swan gave Packer his rifle before abandoning him in the San Juan Mountains. For weeks, Packer had no choice but to wander the mountainside by his lonesome. With hardly any ammo, he struggled to kill game, living off roots and sparse vegetation. Despite this, Packer found his way into Los Pinos with a fit physique. The men were confused how he could appear so healthy, remarking he didn't reflect the sickly, skeletal frontiersman who had suffered similar fates. Packer waved off the men's doubts and got to work filling his purse, claiming to be without any money. The justice of the peace in Los Pinos bought his Winchester for $10. Before long, the fortunate son checked into the nearby town of Saguache to purchase more supplies. He planned to head back east to Pennsylvania and escape the wretched West once and for all. Curiosity turned to outright suspicion, though, once Packer stepped foot in Saguache. He went around the town, spending cash at his discretion, burning through $100 at Larry Dolan's saloon, an egregious amount for the time period. Whether it was whiskey, supplies from Otto Mears' general store, or even reports of a personal loan, Packer paid with cash from more than one wallet. None of it added up. When a member of the original traveling party, called Preston Nutter, arrived in Saguache, he immediately heard the gossip surrounding Packer. Everyone was curious as to where the other 5 men ended up, where Packer got his bottomless cash flow, and why his story kept changing. Nutter pinned down Packer's location and confronted him soon thereafter. Packer gave him the same old tale. He was freezing to death, the party left him with only a rifle, and he survived on squirrel meat and rosebud. Nutter couldn't let go of the fit nature of Packer's body, believing it to be impossible. More importantly, he knew the character of the men said to abandon him, and was adamant that they'd never leave Packer to die. Things came to a head when Nutter challenged Packer regarding his newfound weapons. He couldn't figure out why Swan would hand over the party's best weapon, and easiest method of hunting game, or why Packer would have ownership of Frank Miller's knife, an expensive knife at that. The wayward guide explained Miller had stuck the knife in a tree and wandered away, leaving it behind. Nutter called his bluff, now convinced something was amiss. He felt Packer wasn't just lying, but hiding an ulterior motive. A cloud of evil was hanging over his head. Calling back to Packer's mean-spirited and brutish demeanor in Utah, Nutter accused the guide of all sorts of misconduct, threatening to lynch him if he didn't come clean. A few days later, more men from the original traveling pack of 20 arrived at Los Pinos, including Oliver Lutzenheiser. When they learned of Packer's arrival from the agency head, General Charles Adams, they wasted no time in explaining what the guide said couldn't have happened. They too believed Swan, Bell, and the others would not have abandoned a man in the wilderness. When Lutzenheiser pointed out to General Adams that Packer not only had the other men's weapons, but the pipe belonging to Shannon Bell, Adams had everything he needed to launch an investigation. Not wanting to tip off Packer, though, they chartered his services as a guide to ascend the San Juans and look for the supposedly lost traveling party. General Adams and the concerned frontiersmen paid a visit to Packer, who acted surprised by their further questioning and shared the same story as before. He waved off their suspicions and explained his excess in money came from a loan he received from a citizen of Saguache. The investigation team then went to Saguache to confirm this story. To no one's surprise, the personal loan excuse was found to be hogwash, and the Saguache townsfolk alerted General Adams of Packer's multiple wallets. Just as the group was about to get down to brass tacks and resolve the issue, 2 Ute hunters barged through the doors with a shocking discovery: 2 strips of rotting human flesh. The Ute referred to it as white man's meat without hesitation, and the guide dropped to the floor. Alfred Packer had fainted from shock. The rest of the men accepted the worst was yet to be heard, and did their duty in reviving the passed-out Packer. When he came to his senses, he was visibly disturbed, shaking and trembling under pressure. His confession was as follows. Through tears and gasps and darting eyes, Packer told how he left Chief Urey's camp with what he believed was enough provisions. When they ran out, the guide was speechless, but insisted that the men carried on. They ate bitters along the trail, unable to find any game and missing their shots when they did. Eventually, Packer said the party was so starved they began to look at each other with that crazed gleam in their eyes. His worst fears were then realized when he returned from fetching firewood and found Old Man Swan lying dead on the forest floor, bludgeoned by a hatchet. The men were said to have split up Swan's purse evenly amongst them before they devoured as much of his body as they could. Packer then shared that the party members wrapped up the leftover flesh to take with them as they continued on their trek. It didn't take long before they needed more sustenance, though, and Frank Miller was chosen as the next victim due to his excess of soft flesh. Miller was followed by James Humphrey, Humphrey followed by George Noon. When it was just Packer and Shannon Bell left, they made a pact neither man would kill nor consume the other, swearing to the Lord above. In terms of their slain comrades, the duo suggested they tell folks they had fallen to the elements, victims of Mother Nature. The cannibalism would be ignored. Unfortunately for them, the harsh winter wind tortured the men enough to halt them in their tracks once more. They found shelter near a shaded grove of hemlock trees, right off the banks of a lake. Again, game was scarce, and starvation consumed their psyches. Packer stated Bell was the first to crack, screaming into the night that one of them would have to die to keep the other alive. Bell was said to have bull-rushed Packer with his Winchester, Packer bracing for the ambush in the nick of time. The guide then swung his hatchet at Bell, striking him clean across the head. His body was butchered, eaten by Packer, and saved for the remainder of his journey. Bell's share of the money and Winchester were also snatched up. Packer eventually found a hilltop from which he could see Los Pinos. Wanting to rid the evidence of his cannibalism, he tossed the 2 last strips of flesh into the snow. At the end of Packer's initial confession, he added he had acquired a taste for human flesh, enjoying the breast meat most of all. Those still listening could only look on in horror. Lutzenheiser was the first to react, boiling with anger only billowed by General Adams, who wanted to avoid further conflict. He took the other men off to the side and determined a search party was still necessary. He hoped finding the remains would paint the full picture. Agency officers and a slew of the recently arrived frontiersmen got right to work, rounding up locals to join them on their quest back into the San Juan Mountains. The leftover Utah transplants did most of the convincing, letting anyone who'd listen know that Bell would have killed himself long before trying to murder another man for food. Before setting off, the search party inquired with the Ute hunters regarding the plausibility of Packer's shelter site. They confirmed it did exist, stating a pine-shaded gulch of hemlock sat around 50 miles into the rugged hillside. Packer was elected guide for the mission, joined by Lutzenheiser, Nutter, General Adams, and a crew of Indian agents, including agency clerk Herman Lauder. When the party finally made it to Lake Fork, it came to no one's surprise. Packer was as lost as ever. He admitted he recognized nothing about the surroundings. The land around him, unfamiliar territory. The party was losing confidence in him by the second. Lutzenheiser again called for his lynching. General Adams was the sole man willing to give their guide yet another chance. He persuaded the rest of the men out of revenge and asked them to look for the remains anyway. When they still couldn't be found, Packer panicked. He snuck up behind the agency clerk Lauder, a knife concealed in his sleeves. Just as he moved to blindside him, though, he was caught by the others and restrained before inflicting a mortal wound. General Adams could ignore Packer's violent and vile tendencies no longer. He immediately arrested the red-handed guide and threw him into a remote Saguache jail cell when they returned, nestled on the property of the local sheriff. A 24-hour watchman was put on patrol. While in his Saguache confinement, Packer wanted to confess a second time. However, this go-around, he changed the framing of his story. Instead of the 5 men leaving Packer behind as a result of injury, he instead explained they ran into a nasty blizzard while traversing the mountain trail. The heavy snowfall packed the ground, making it impossible for them to turn around and retrace their footprints. What didn't change was the status of their provisions. Packer explained they truly did run out before expected, and were starting to freeze until their feet went numb. The only source of heat they could muster was the hot embers of an old campfire trapped in the steel coffee pot, sharing it round the circle for a few moments of comfort. When they came to the lake, Packer stated they struggled to find game as before, this time remarking on their failure to go ice fishing. They simply didn't have the supplies needed for such a venture. To stay alive, they boiled and ate their shoes, along with the aforementioned vegetation. Eventually, the men were said to have come to an agreement. If one died, their body would be available for the others to consume as a last-ditch effort to survive. Old Man Swan perished first, apparently due to exposure, and they made camp in the Hemlock Gulch near the lake to butcher him. Packer wrapped up his confession with the following quote: "Old Man Swan died first, and was eaten by the other 5 persons about 10 days out of camp. 4 or 5 days afterwards, Humphreys died and was also eaten. He had about $130. I found the pocketbook and took the money. Sometime afterwards, while I was carrying wood, the butcher was killed, as the other 2 told me accidentally, and he was also eaten. Bell shot California with Swan's gun, and I killed Bell. Shot him. I covered up the remains and took a large piece along. Then traveled 14 days into the agency. Bell wanted to kill me with his rifle. Struck a tree and broke his gun." Packer also admitted he did in fact take the leftover items from his dead counterparts, including the knife and the pipe. He made a smart aleck comment about the men not needing these belongings anymore, but by now the damage was done. The agents taking his confession cursed his name and left him to toil away, praying deep down the townsfolk would enact vigilante justice before long. Karmic justice would come a few months later, in August of 1874. In a bizarre turn of events, John A. Randolph, an illustrator for the magazine Harper's Weekly, randomly stumbled upon the clandestine graves of Swan and Company at the foot of the Slumguyon Pass, just southeast of Lake City, Colorado. The site matched Packer's original testimony to a T. It was surrounded by towering hemlock pine, providing shade from the sun just off of Lake Fork. Later called Dead Man's Gulch, the area's snowfall had melted in the dog days of summer and revealed not just the body of Shannon Bell, but all of Packer's party members. Randolph sketched the gravesites as best he could, while noting the gulch was truthfully not that far from the closest city. He believed had the party hiked down Lake Fork rather than upwards, they would have found food and shelter. It was growing more and more obvious Packer wasn't just an incompetent guide, but he had engaged in premeditated murder. After completing his drawings, Randolph alerted the Lake City law enforcement, who quickly dispatched a team to venture to Dead Man's Gulch and retrieve the remains. The squad consisted of local lawmen and the Lake City coroner, alongside 20 volunteers to ensure safe passage. Back by Lake Fork, the search and rescue team found the badly decomposed bodies strewn about. It was obvious that in their 4 months of laying about, they'd been tampered by wild animals, such as bears, along with the haphazard elements. Some of the partygoers later commented the gulch smelled distinctly of rotting flesh, and that it was obvious extreme violence had taken place. Frank Miller was decapitated, no sign of his head anywhere to be found. Old Man Swan was nothing more than a strewn pile of bones, his skull missing a rather large portion. They could only assume a large predator had wandered off with Miller's severed head. As for George Noon and James Humphrey, both men still had mostly attached skeletons with decaying faces. Their torsos were flayed, however, their insides mangled and rotten. It was obvious they'd received blows to the head, and a few bones had been broken, likely by a hatchet. Shannon Bell's body was the most grotesque, his arms squished to his sides. They had been cut by a blunt, jagged knife all the way to the bone, and his hands appeared completely skinned. His legs were spread apart, and his torso was grossly flayed like Noon and Humphrey. Bell's face, though, hadn't been touched, his beard and hair and frozen glare staring back at the men who found him. It was clear he was the last man to draw breath. Bell's skull had also been cracked clean open, brains and blood dried up on the gulch floor. In fact, most of the organs of the 3 still intact men were accounted for. However, it was obvious the meatier parts of their bodies had been cut off, an intentional choice by whomever had left them behind. It didn't take long before the holes in Packer's testimony widened into chasms. First of all, the men were found together. Packer had stated they died one by one over the course of a few weeks. The presence of muscle and tissue on Noonan Humphrey's body made Bell's death all the more suspicious. There was still plenty of sustenance left before Bell would have gone mad and made an attempt at Packer in the name of starvation. There was also the matter of the crude shelter found at the end of a crude path leading from the grave sites. It came with signs that Packer had established camp before the supplies had truly run dry, and the murders were not a result of a last-ditch effort. This fueled an entirely new theory. Packer killed his compatriots for nothing more than their own resources. When he got snowed in, he built the shelter and took the meat from the men whenever he needed sustenance. This would have kept Packer alive and well for months on end, and would explain why he wasn't the least bit hungry when he arrived at Los Pinos in April. Preston Nutter was then brought to Dead Man's Gulch, and he confirmed the identity of the 5 slain travelers. He agreed that the injuries sustained by each man were the result of being bludgeoned to death, and the broken rifle found near the bodies meant a 6th person was responsible. All that was left was for the crew to return to Saguache and confront Packer once and for all. The only issue was, back at his makeshift jail cell, Packer was nowhere to be found. Situated on the property of the Saguache County Sheriff, the little log cabin failed to contain the Colorado cannibal. While it featured a 24-hour guard patrol, government officials of the county were none too keen on their tax dollars contributing to the expensive watch of a lone criminal. He hadn't been tried in court, no new charges were brought against him for months, and most folks lost interest in his tall tales of survival. To this day, it's unknown exactly how Packer escaped, many believing he had bribed the guard or a hapless visitor. The townsfolk never rested their calls for his hanging, so it's unlikely he befriended anyone of note. Nevertheless, a key for his irons was procured, and Packer was as good as gone with the wind. After his escape, word spread like wildfire of the search and rescue's discovery, and the story about Packer as a fortunate dolt became a tale of premeditated murder by a ruthless thief. Men from the original Utah mining party, namely Nutter and Lutzenheiser, were adamant his title as guide be stripped, so that the papers who ran his story emphasized his vile and violent nature. It didn't take long before all of Saguache County saw Alfred Packer as public enemy number 1. For the next 8.5 years, Packer remained a fugitive, wanted by the law, yet nowhere to be found. It wasn't until March 11th, 1883, that the Colorado cannibal made his unwanted yet unmistakable reintroduction to the frontier. On the day in question, a former member of the original Utah traveling pack named Jean Frenzy Cabazon was frequenting Cheyenne, Wyoming, when a man named John Schwartz inquired about buying some supplies from the former miner. Frenzy was puzzled at first. Surely, this man couldn't be John Schwartz. John Schwartz was one of Frenzy's fellow party members back in 1874, who stayed behind at the Ute encampment. This man before him bore zero resemblance to the Schwartz that he spent so much time with 8 years prior. Surely, it couldn't be an imposter. Yet an imposter is exactly who the man was. And he wasn't just any old curmudgeon attempting to pull off a con, but rather a wanted mass murderer lacking the intelligence to live the rest of his years in anonymity: Alfred Packer and the Colorado cannibal himself. Frenzy denied Packer's request and beelined for the sheriff's outpost. The sheriff then relayed the message to General Adams and promptly arrested the fugitive. Adams arrived in Cheyenne a few days later, identifying Packer and loading him in the first train out for Denver, shackles and all. Packer tried to explain his escape in '74 as an attempt to avoid the mob mentality saturating the citizens of Saguache County. He expressed his fears of a vigilante hanging, believing no sensible person would stick around to find out what might happen if they got his hands on him. Failing to conjure any remorse, Packer received no sympathy from Adams and was transferred to Lake City, jurisdiction falling into the lap of Hinsdale County. He was imprisoned to await trial, but not before delivering yet another confession on March 16th. This renewed confession included altered details yet again. This time, he suggested Shannon Bell had turned on everyone after sending Packer on a scouting mission to find alternate passage out of the mountains. This is what the killer said he saw when he returned to their camp that fateful night. "I found Bell, who acted crazy in the morning, sitting near the fire roasting a piece of meat which he had cut from the leg of Miller. The latter's body was lying the furthest off from the fire down the stream. His skull was crushed in with a hatchet. The other three were lying near the fire. They were cut in the forehead with a hatchet. Some had 2 or 3 cuts. I came within a rod of the fire. When the man saw me, he got up with his hatchet towards me. When I shot him sideways through the belly, he fell on his face. The hatchet fell forwards. I grabbed it and hit him on the top of the head." In the heat of the conflict, Packer also claimed he lost his revolver in the several feet of snow coverage and was forced to build a rough-hewn structure out of timber due to an ongoing blizzard. Without anything else to eat, he pressed that he had no other option but to do the following. "I went back to the fire, covered the men up, and fetched to the camp the piece of meat that was near the fire. I made a new fire near my camp and cooked the piece of meat and ate it. I tried to get away every day but could not, so I lived off the flesh of these men, the bigger part of 60 days. After signing off on the confession, General Adams had only one question for Packer. Why not tell this version of the story first? Packer didn't really have an answer for him, only that he was so caught up in the swirling emotions of the confrontation, he simply told the first story that came to his mind. Truth be damned. Soon, though, the truth would reign king regardless, as his first trial began on April 6, 1883, in Lake City, Colorado. For a week, the prosecution argued Packer slaughtered his 5 fellow frontiersmen, not as a means of survival, but rather as premeditated robbery and murder. They led their argument with testimony from the family of Israel Swan, the old man who was first to be butchered. They confirmed Swan left on his quest with $6,000 in cash and gold, as well as a prized Winchester rifle worth a substantial amount. Factoring in his age of 65, considered ancient for the Old West, it was becoming more and more clear there was a proper motive for malevolence. Men such as Nutter and Lutzenheiser also provided incriminating testimony, beefing up the prosecution's case. Most critically, however, they ended with analysis of the remains of the 5 men. It revealed Swan's corpse showed signs of struggle up until he died, and that the other 4 travelers were sleeping at the time of death. Altogether, it was more than enough for the presiding judge, M.B. Jerry, to find Packer guilty of premeditated murder of one Israel Swan. He sentenced him to death by hanging, on the books for the 19th of May, 1883. Judge Jerry's official order went as follows. Alfred Packer, the judgment of this court is that you be removed from hence to the jail of Hinsdale County, and there confined until the 19th day of May A.D. 1883. And on that said 19th day of May 1883, you be taken from thence by the sheriff of Hinsdale County to a place of execution prepared for this purpose, at some point within the corporate limits of the town of Lake City, in the said county of Hinsdale, and between the hours of 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. of said day, you, then and there, by said sheriff, be hung by the neck until you are dead, 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 and may God have mercy upon your soul. Of course, Alfred Packer and his defense team wouldn't go down without further fight. His lawyers were reviewing Colorado statutes from 1874 when they happened upon what was called a savings clause. In layman's terms, capital punishment was not legal when Packer killed Swan and Company, due to the fact that Colorado was simply a territory at the time, not a state. As a result, the Colorado Supreme Court reversed the sentence due to ex post facto law, and forced Packer back to stand trial a second time. A successful appeal wasn't the only win for Packer and the defense. He was also granted a change of venue for the second trial, moving from Lake City to Gunnison. His lawyers felt the original sentencing was biased, as Lake City was mostly Democrat at the time and seethed in the face of Republicans. Judge Jerry had been quoted in a local newspaper damning Packer to hell in the official sentencing, the political motives edited out in official court transcripts. While Packer and counsel may have felt better about their chances after a series of legal victories, the optimism was promptly squashed as soon as the second trial began. This time, prosecutors called forth area hunters who were active in the San Juans in the winter of '74. These mountain men revealed previously unheard details, remembering quite clearly the abundance of game around the campsite of Packer and his 5 compatriots. They recalled deer and antelope filling the riversides aplenty, in addition to rabbit and squirrel. One hunter assured the judge a deer carcass was found not too far from their physical encampment. The second trial also stressed the complete lack of sensibility in traversing the mountain path rather than the river path. The prosecution called it suicidal, emphasizing Packer had been given an educated and trustworthy route by the locals. When the defense tried using Packer's old comments about needing to take a shorter route, it was explained that Packer's mountain path was actually just as long as the recommended trail. Again, the second trial was over almost as quickly as it had begun. Packer was found guilty on all 5 counts of voluntary manslaughter and sentenced to 5 consecutive 8-year sentences. The 40-year prison sentence was the longest of its kind in United States court history. The newly convicted murderer attempted to reverse his fortunes by taking to the witness stand himself. He finally stuck to his story, too, walking the courtroom through the events of '74 that aligned with his most recent confession. His request shocked the prosecution. He didn't want a reduction of a sentence, only a change in whose murder he was charged for. Packer asked for the 40 years to remain, but to be charged only with the killing of Shannon Bell. He truly believed the other 4 deaths were unavoidable, maintaining Bell was the one responsible. In the end, though, his pleas were futile. The judge upheld all 5 counts of manslaughter, and Cannon City Penitentiary would become the Colorado cannibals' newest home. For the next 18 years of Packer's incarceration, the numbskull scout-turned-killer attempted 5 distinct appeals, resulting in 5 separate denials. One such attempt went all the way to the Colorado Supreme Court, who had scratched his capital punishment after the first trial. This time, though, there was no such luck to be found. On June 19, 1899, the final ruling was upheld. Packer was convinced he was the victim of a biased court and failed legal system. He called those who doubted him myopic, unwilling to truly take into consideration his position in the matter. More importantly, he didn't give up trying to find someone, anyone, to fight for his cause. One of the few who did give in to sympathy was one of Packer's old frontier pals, a man by the name of Dwayne Hatch. Hatch pitied the inmates' plight, working with Packer to funnel his side of the story through local media outlets. One such publication was the Denver Post, where a smart and savvy reporter was waiting in the wings to capitalize on the Colorado cannibal sensation. Her name was Polly Pry, a middle-aged writer with a keen eye for the next big story. She knew deep down the interest frontier folk had of Packer's misadventures, understanding the power her tabloid exploits could have on the audience hungry for controversy. To build a case in support of Packer's position, she first wrote extensively about his military service, hitting the nerve of patriotism and empathy of common folk. She explained Packer simply survived using the only resources available to him, highlighting the regret such actions burdened him with. Pry was careful not to excuse his cannibalism, something Packer himself never denied, but positioned her readers with a question no one wanted to answer. Wouldn't you do the same? Pry slowly but surely established a rapport with her audience, petitions and personal pleas from citizens flowing into the state capitol. Colorado Governor Charles Thomas was put in an impossible situation. There were still plenty of naysayers revolted by Packer and adamant he remain behind bars. But now, there was a side supporting the campaign, growing in numbers by the day, all thanks to the stellar yet subtle instigating by Polly Pry. Governor Thomas waited until the last possible second before he came to a conclusion. With his final act as chief administrator, he paroled Alfred Packer with an absolute attached. The convict would not be allowed to profit from his own story, and would remain a felon until death. On February 8th, Packer was released on parole, becoming maybe the most unlikely free man in American history. Following his parole, Packer continued to hone his public image while assimilating back into the civilian life. Pry finagled him a job as a security guard for the Denver Post, most likely as a thank you for his journalistic cooperation. He never hid his admiration for the self-proclaimed investigative reporter. Liberator was her nickname, bequeathed by none other than Packer himself. Reports regarding Packer's twilight years have been left to legend. Some claim he lived the rest of his life a vegetarian, swearing off meat from the post-traumatic stress. Others claimed this was hearsay, a performance put on in the public eye, that Packer was happy to consume a carnivore diet behind closed doors. And whether or not it's fact or fiction by way of mythicizing, it was said Packer ended up a well-liked character in his Rocky Mountain stomping grounds, never bashful to tell tall tales to anyone who'd listen. Reports described him as a modest and giving old man, a favorite of children who giggled and gasped at his colorful charades. Like all of us, Alfred Packer couldn't escape death forever. On the 23rd of April, 1907, he died from complications of dementia, those closest to him calling it a stroke. He passed away in Jefferson County, Colorado, but was buried in Littleton. His grave marker, vandalized over the years, has since been covered, as there are those who believe his spirit should never fully rest. The story of the Colorado cannibal has influenced American popular culture since the day Alfred Packer was arrested in the spring of 1874. Novels, comic books, music and motion pictures, even eateries and food festivals around the country have been deeply influenced by the fascinating, if not foul, folklore of Alfred Packer. Countless studies have been carried out on the few remains discovered of the slain mining party. While it's impossible to discern cannibalism from buried bones, it has been suggested that the 5 men killed were butchered trying to defend themselves. It's also unclear if Bell was shot by Packer out of self-defense or with malintent. There has also been controversy surrounding the whereabouts of Packer's head. While the cemetery has forever maintained his corpse remained intact before and after burial, The variety entertainment franchise Ripley's Believe It or Not claims otherwise. Legend goes that the Colorado cannibal's severed head was stolen from his tomb, the brain dissected for science, and the rest sold off to the company by an anonymous thief for $20,000. There has never been an official verification of the head itself, so it's anyone's best guess if it really belongs to Packer or not. Since the skull entered the doors of Ripley's, it's been included in a circus, sold to a private collector, before returning to the Believe It or Not lineup. It was reported in 2008 that the head now resides at a museum in Texas. Mystery of the missing dome notwithstanding, the case of the Colorado cannibal and the mind-boggling brutality of his wickedness at large will surely stand the test of time. The Old West was marred by violence, but maybe no frontier face fits the bill of monstrosity like that of Alfred Packer. The Wild West is such a famous period in United States history for many reasons. Wagon trails, gold prospecting, ghost towns, and constant conflicts are all pure symbols of life on the western frontier. Most representative of the time period, however, are outlaws and the countless criminals plaguing the western frontier with violence and calamity at every turn. For the most part, wagon, caravan, train, nor horseback rider was safe in the open, untamed lands of the American West, often due to the high risk of running into cattle rustlers, bandidos, and other slick outlaws staking their claim to fame, or rather infamy, on the vistas of the frontier. A good portion of the stories about desperados and the criminals of the Old West center on the male-dominated profession of being an outlaw. While it makes sense in regards to the culture and lifestyle of gender roles in the 19th century, it didn't mean there were no savvy women of the West making a name for themselves in the land of outlaws. As an effort to dive deeper into the lives of female criminals and the origins of their misdeeds, here is the first video in a series detailing infamous women of the Wild West who acted as outlaws in the heyday of scum and villainy on the western frontier. Introducing Pearl Hart, better known as the Lady Bandit. Pearl Hart was born to two middle-class parents in a small lumbering village within Lindsay, Ontario, on April 19, 1871, under the name of Lily Naomi Davy. Pearl was thrust into a horrible home life from the get-go. Her father, Albert Davy, was a severe alcoholic and violent domestic abuser, having been arrested and jailed for the attempted rape of a 14-year-old girl, and was thought to have been just as abusive with Pearl and her 8 other siblings. Her mother, Anna Davy, was unfortunately unable to provide a safe life away from their despicable father. Without the ability to read or write, Anna couldn't work, and with an absentee father, it was up to the children to scrounge up enough cash to make a living. Thus, Pearl and her sisters turned to sex work at disturbingly young ages to make up the family's losses. It was through a connection Pearl made with a fellow sex worker in Buffalo, New York, that she first took the nickname Pearl, wanting to separate from her traumatic history as Lily Davy. These attitudes persisted into Pearl's adolescent years, where as a 17-year-old she fell in love with a man by the name of Frederick Hart, rumored to be involved with the vices around town, and was no less of a womanizing drunk gambler seen in the seediest edges of Lindsay, Ontario. It didn't take long before the unruly pair of lovers married. Their joy wasn't always apparent, however, as Pearl grew unhappy with her husband on various occasions, feeling like he was becoming more and more like her own father. As a result, Pearl would leave the family for undetermined lengths of time, while Mr. Hart was left to take care of himself, in and out of local pubs and card rooms. Despite Frederick's abusive tendencies, the couple remained together, going as far as to attend World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago in 1893. The rifled couple spent a considerable amount of time on the fairgrounds, as Mr. Hart had been working as a carnival barker, and Pearl enjoyed wandering around, watching the shows and vaudeville performances dotting the Midway. One such spectacle was Buffalo Bill's Wild West show. Pearl was enamored with the depictions of cowboys and their unique, adventurous lifestyle, She especially fell in love with Annie Oakley and her bravado during her performances. Pearl dreamt up ideas of what it would be like had she participated in the Wild West's unfiltered history. At the same time, she was visiting the Women's Pavilion at the fair, where activists and poets came to read their work and inspire young women like Pearl. Both inspired by the shows and tired of her current hardships, she quickly made plans to leave her present life behind and flock westward to the potential of something greater. When the World's Columbian Exposition ended in October of 1893, Pearl set her plan into motion. She went home to Mr. Hart one final time to say her goodbyes, and let him know this would be the last time she'd leave him, destined for things beyond the frontier. Afterwards, she went down to Great Central Station in downtown Chicago and bought a one-way train ticket headed for Trinidad, Colorado. Some accounts have reported that around this time, Pearl also formed a relationship with another man, this time a piano player in the carnival aptly named Dan Bandman. Her time in Colorado was short-lived, however, after discovering she was pregnant with her ex-husband's child while working as a singer in the nearby saloons. Pearl begrudgingly went back to her family in Canada, where she gave birth to a son. Of course, returning to a life with Frederick was unbearable for Pearl, and despite having a child to tend to, she asked her family, who had recently moved to Ohio, if they'd be willing to care for the boy. Pearl's family couldn't refuse, and before long, Pearl was once again set on a path for Phoenix, Arizona. Once Pearl arrived back in the Old West, or at least what was left of it, she took on various responsibilities to make a living. These jobs ranged from gigs as a cafe cook to a laundry attendant, but they never satisfied the young woman as the attraction of a life on the frontier began to wear off. By 1895, Frederick Hart was himself traveling around the Western Territories in search of his estranged wife. He eventually found her in Phoenix and promised he was a changed man, ultimately winning her over and rekindling their relationship. For the first few years, Frederick proved himself worthy of a second chance, becoming a highly successful hotel manager and bringing in a stable income to support the renewed family. However, the couple also spent a considerable amount of time with the vices, becoming quite familiar with morphine and liquor to an unsafe degree. With the increase of drug use, and by proxy, an increasingly violent Frederick, the couple's marriage once again fell apart. Pearl gave birth to another child, this time a baby girl, but it wasn't enough to salvage the relationship. Frederick had long told Pearl he wasn't cut out for the quiet life of being a working father that provided for his family. After a physical argument left Pearl beaten and battered, Frederick abandoned his wife and daughter and went away to Cuba to fight with the 1st United States Volunteer Cavalry, also known as Teddy Roosevelt's famous Rough Riders. By 1898, Pearl was left with nothing but her second child and not enough money to support her. Again, she traversed back across the country to Ohio, where she asked her family to take care of her daughter in addition to the son that they had already adopted. Pearl simply wasn't cut out for the industrialized life making its way through the Midwest, and returned west for the final time in hopes to strike that initial flame of intrigue she felt during her past visits to Buffalo Bill's Wild West show. Pearl Hart's next endeavor left her in the small mining town of Mammoth, Arizona, where Pearl struggled to make ends meet as a cook and local performer. Without motivation or direction, Pearl grew depressed and made attempts on her life multiple times. She would have died if not for the concern and compassion of the few friends she made in Arizona's mining camps. In 1899, it appeared all was lost for Pearl's Wild West dreams, until she made the acquaintance of a former miner-turned-outlaw called Joe Boot. Boot had put in a few mining claims around the Arizona desert, but gold was never found, and Boot was left penniless. After receiving a letter from home that her mother had fallen sick and couldn't pay her medical expenses, Pearl asked Boot for help, as he had been looking for quick cash himself. Boot, in turn, revealed to Pearl that he was planning a couple of train robberies at nearby junctions, and would bring Pearl into the operation for a cut of the earnings. All she had to do was pretend to seduce the single men aboard the train, bring them into their train car where Boot would be hiding, before popping out unannounced and knocking them unconscious, stealing whatever cash and currency was left in their victims' wallets. Unfortunately, as well thought out as the plan appeared, it brought in very little money, and it certainly wasn't enough for Pearl to send back home to her ailing mother, and thus the two hustlers turned their attention to stagecoach robbery. The stagecoach line they targeted ran between Florence and Globe, Arizona. They usually carried a driver, a shotgun messenger, and a few passengers. To prepare for the sting, Pearl cut off her hair and used Boot's clothing to disguise herself as an unsuspecting miner. They also were careful about which stagecoach line they selected. The Florence-Globe connection made the most sense, as it was an older line that had hardly any history of recent robberies. As such, their target stagecoach was without its shotgun messenger, leaving the traveling party with one less measure of security. Then, on May 30th, 1899, the criminal couple sat at a hideout near Cane Springs Canyon, located 30 miles south of Globe. When the stagecoach passed through the canyon, Pearl and Boot jumped out in front of the horses and put a halt to its progress. Pearl, armed with her .38 caliber revolver, barked at the driver to stop. After scanning their surroundings to be sure the coast was clear, Boot then kept his own Colt .45 aimed at the driver, while Pearl moved around back to the passengers. Outside of the stagecoach, the passengers all coughed up their cash and valuables, including a gold watch and 2 of their guns. The haul brought in almost $450, nearly $15,000 in today's money. Of course, Pearl felt just a touch of remorse for the folks aboard the stagecoach, and before departing with Boot, handed back each passenger $1 for their cooperation. She then demanded the driver's own revolver be handed over before climbing atop their saddles and riding away into the distance. The driver of the stagecoach then waited until the outlaws were but specks on the horizon before unhitching one of his own stagecoach's horses and kicking it into high gear, blazing back towards Globe to alert the sheriff of the bandits on the run. Meanwhile, out in the Arizona desert, Pearl Hart and Joe Boot quickly learned of their grave mistake. The couple had spent so much time plotting out the robbery itself, they had forgotten to prepare for the escape portion of the sting, unsure of how to get to their next destination, a train depot located in Benson. The lack of preparation ended up biting Pearl and Boot. The two eventually got lost in the Arizona wilderness, running their Broncos in circles and growing frustrated with the unmarked terrain. A few days into their failed escape, the pair of outlaws discovered a small thicket in the hillsides. Thinking the trees would provide both protection and camouflage, they stopped looking for the way out of town and set up camp. Unfortunately for the two of them, nobody put out the campfire before falling asleep, and the smoke kept rising into the clear Arizona sky well after dawn. As the sky turned bright blue and the gray smoke still hung in the air, Punnell County Sheriff William C. Truman and his posse of deputies spotted the smoke signal and rode to the campsite. When Pearl and Boot awoke that morning on June 5th, they were greeted by a flurry of pistols pointed in their faces, with commands to stand up ringing through their ears. Joe Boot was the first to rise, surrendering peacefully to arrest, while Pearl put up much more of a resistance, refusing to go down without a fight. Ultimately, the newly minted outlaw was subdued by Sheriff Truman, and the pairing was brought to the jailhouse in Globe, Arizona. After a few days, the couple was split up, with Joe Boot sent to a prison facility in Florence, whereas Pearl was shipped off to Tucson, despite the jailhouse offering no services specific to female inmates. Nevertheless, Pearl made the best of her imprisonment and became a local icon after word spread that a female outlaw, and a stagecoach robber at that, had arrived in the town. The nearby media outlets couldn't cover the story enough, which then drew the attention of reporters from around the United States. The proceeding frenzy was enough to turn Pearl Hart into the Wild West sensation she had always dreamt of becoming. She transformed into an Arizona celebrity, with quotes in the newspaper painting her as if she rivaled the West's biggest bandits. When she wasn't being interviewed, Pearl was visited by fascinated locals, who asked her for autographs and presented her with gifts, sometimes in the form of wild animal pups. Despite all of the smiles and show business on the outside, Pearl was still embracing her skills as a true outlaw, scheming for a way to get out of Tucson scotch-free. She grew close with a fellow prisoner named Ed Hogan, and together they plotted an escape. On October 12, 1899, Pearl finished digging out an 18-inch hole in one of the jailhouse walls and made her great escape. It almost worked in the long term, too, until a few days later she was tracked down by another posse of lawmen and returned to the Tucson prison. After a few more weeks of waiting, Pearl was eventually brought to trial in Florence, Arizona in November 1899. She knew how to work the jury, too. First, by pointing out it was unfair a woman was being tried for breaking the laws written solely by men. Then, by tugging the jury's heartstrings by saying the only reason she robbed the stagecoach was to provide for her sick mother. Pearl's lawyer lent an assist as well, arguing to the court that Pearl was a first-time offender and had followed the law up until this point, despite both of them knowing this wasn't exactly the case. After the trial, Pearl's sympathetic efforts worked in her favor, as the jury found her not guilty and acquitted her of the robbery. The judge assigned to the case, Judge Fletcher Doane, was incensed by the finding, and reprimanded the jury for acquitting someone who was obviously guilty. Not without options, Judge Doane alerted the authorities of the situation, and before long, both Pearl and Joe Boot were arrested again, this time on more specific charges of unlawfully carrying a firearm and tampering with a United States mail. The second trial came much harder for the two outlaws, as Pearl's impassioned yet calculated pleas did little to influence the emotions of a newly picked jury. Joe Boot was found guilty and sentenced to 30 years in prison, while Pearl received a much softer sentencing of 5 years. Both outlaws were sent to the Yuma Territorial Prison, a hellish, discordant detention center on the banks of the Colorado River, where they were split up once and for all. Joe Boot found prison work as a supply wagon driver, delivering materials to chain gangs located outside of the confines of the prison. Boot couldn't let the opportunity go to waste either, and escaped from Yuma after serving just 2 years of his sentence. He reportedly abandoned his supply wagon and made off on foot, most likely to Mexico, where he was never seen nor heard from again. Pearl was also sent to Yuma, and wasted no time in regaining her celebrity status that she received back in Tucson. Being the only female inmate at the prison, she quickly garnered specialty status, an attitude not only shared by fellow prisoners, but by the warden himself. While various accounts differ on the exact relationship the warden had with Pearl, some stating the two were involved romantically, it was debatable that the warden capitalized on Pearl's fame while making sure she was comfortable at Yuma. He went as far as to provide her an entire 8 by 10 feet cell to herself, one that overlooked the mountainsides and featured a yard where Pearl could conduct interviews and photo shoots. It was here Pearl added a claim to her legacy, using her favor with guards and trustees to acquire goods and services that made her time tolerable at best. Unfortunately, Pearl's time at Yuma wasn't all sunshine and roses like the legend may lead you to believe. Pearl struggled as the only woman in the building, and realized behind bars that the outlaw life wouldn't be feasible if and when she broke free of her sentence. On the 19th of December, 1902, just 3 years after her trial in Florence, Pearl Hart was granted a pardon by then Arizona Governor Alexander Brody. Some attribute this to her good behavior and appeal to the public, while others say it was due to a secret relationship with the warden. The truth was that a smallpox outbreak at Yuma forced the hand of the prison's administration. Of course, Pearl wasn't without merit, as she had spent the better part of the last few years learning to read and write poetry, mastering the work of a seamstress, and finally beating her morphine addiction. In the end, it didn't matter, as Pearl had no qualms with her release and happily accepted the one-way train ticket she received for Kansas City, Missouri. In Kansas City, Pearl reconnected with one of her sisters, with whom she shared all of her Wild West stories. Her sister was enthralled by Pearl's misadventures, and together they wrote a stage production depicting Pearl's life on the frontier as the official Lady Bandit. The vaudeville-like show succeeded, but only for a brief moment in time. Pearl found her fame running on fumes after a few months in Kansas City, and eventually had to shut down the Lady Bandit production as expenses piled up beyond the profits. After her infamy as Lady Bandit fell by the wayside, Pearl attempted to capitalize on her stories about the Yuma Territorial Prison and the horrors she experienced as an inmate, Nobody really picked up on the fanfare, however, and again Pearl was left without much direction or set plan in place. For a few months, Pearl attempted to reignite her passions and former glory by working for Buffalo Bill's Wild West show itself, changing her name to avoid any fallback or curiosity from the law. This endeavor didn't really last long though, as Pearl had truly lost the luster for the antics of the frontier. That is, until a couple of years later, when Pearl once again wound up back in the Kansas City headlines. This time, it was under the alias of Mrs. L.P. Keel, after she was arrested for buying a can of stolen goods. After her petty theft was resolved behind closed doors, Pearl's footprints disappeared from the public's eye. Many accounts are unsure exactly what happened to the former female outlaw, besides the fact that she operated a Kansas City cigar store through the mid-1920s, harkening back to her days with Frederick Hart in Phoenix. Other accounts believe Pearl died shortly after her second arrest in 1904, while others say she returned to Florence, Arizona in 1924 to check out the very courthouse she was tried in 25 years prior. Depending on who you ask, there are folks who believe Pearl Hart ended up in San Francisco, dying from unknown causes in 1952. Other folks suggest she died in the mid-1950s in Dripping Springs, Arizona, where she had married a farmer and taken the name Pearl Bywater. While the truth may never be confirmed, one author suggests most of what we know about Pearl Hart after her infamous stagecoach robbery isn't true, and that she died in Los Angeles, California in the 1930s, under her married name, Lily Naomi Myers. Regardless of her end-of-life exploits and the gritty details emphasized by storytellers in the years since, one thing is for sure. Pearl Hart led a life incredibly uncommon to the rest of the Western frontier. There's a reason you don't hear about many female gunfighters or frontiersmen from the Wild West. Most were beholden to gender norms of the times, strict lifestyles that Pearl wanted no part of. She was a trailblazer in the way of feminine outlaws, and would end up being the only woman to survive a stagecoach robbery, and only the second to even attempt it, following the death of Jane Kirkham in Buena Vista, Colorado in March of 1879. You wouldn't have to go far in the Old West to find a saloon packed with bandits and questionable characters, smoking and swearing and drinking to their heart's content, sharing stories and reliving memories of stick-ups, jailbreaks, and thunderous rides across the open deserts. What you would have to go far to find is a woman who broke societal norms and lived the life once thought to only be available in folklore and mythology. That woman was Lily Naomi Davy, better known as Pearl Hart, Lady Bandit and Queen of the Outlaws, a legend of the Wild West and an unconventional icon. The iconography of the Old West wouldn't be what it is today without the fearsome figures and various folk heroes, both celebrated and reviled, over the course of the last 150 years of American history. These iconic and infamous men and women range from belligerent bandits and the courageous lawmen that chased them down, to the cowboys and indigenous Americans that took their turns firing warning shots at the other, until the entire territory was rife with violence and sabotage, with a few peacekeepers and honorable heroes sprinkled in. One such figure was none other than the notorious outlaw and former soldier-turned-guerrilla Jesse James himself. Once the son of a Baptist minister and member of the Confederate Army, Jesse James transformed into one of the most discussed, complex, and undeniably popular figures of Wild West lore, despite his violent tactics and unlawful tendencies. Regardless of his countless crimes and affinity for trouble, Jesse James lived a life emblematic of so many ideas and themes, saturating the way we talk about the Old West into the modern age. In order to gain a better understanding of how the leader of a train robbing gang became synonymous with the term Wild West and the focal point for the infinite pool of outlaws that followed him, we present to you a closer inspection into the tales and times of the most infamous outcast in all of American history. This is Jesse James, and his life spent in the shadows of Robin Hood. The life of Jesse Woodson James begins in one of the most volatile periods in early American history, and in one of the most volatile regions in all of the Unionized territories, September 5th, 1847, in Clay County, Missouri. Jesse was born to Reverend Robert S. James and his wife, Zerelda Cole James, both former residents of Stamping Ground, Kentucky. The pair had met at a revival meeting and married in 1841. Robert was a successful hemp farmer and Baptist minister, and moved to Clay County after his marriage to help found the William Jewell College in Liberty, Missouri. The James family was of Scottish and English ancestry, but stuck mostly to the culture and lifestyle of the American South. Their part of Missouri was labeled Little Dixie after all, as many in the community were Southern transplants who took with them their way of life to the depths of the Show Me State. Jesse was the second child to Robert and Zerelda, their firstborn son being Alexander Franklin James on January 10, 1843, who was later known by his nickname Frank. Aside from Frank and Jesse, his folks gave birth to two more children, Robert Jr., who died as an infant in 1845, and a younger sister, Susan Lavinia, born in November of 1849. The James family lived on a 100-acre farm in Centerville, a town now known as Kearney, Missouri. Robert and Zerelda started the ranch from nothing more than a log cabin constructed on the outskirts of the Midwestern wilderness, where the farmland was slowly but surely chiseled into a respectable business. Of course, like many Southern transplants finding a new home in Missouri, the James family had 6 enslaved folks on their farm, including multiple children. Missouri was a border state in the late 1840s, and shared both Union and Confederate ideals. However, 75% of the population hailed from Dixieland, and thus slavery was a focal point for many industries in the territory. After a few years, the James family farm was up and running as it had been in Kentucky, featuring commercial hemp crops and prized flocks of sheep dotting the property. Zerelda James herself was known as one of the hardest workers on the farm, contributing to the family business outside of the time's rural gender roles. She was incredibly strong-willed and independent, a commanding presence that didn't tolerate disrespect from her own children. Meanwhile, Robert focused much of his time at their small Baptist church up the road, where he was a very popular man with the fellow folks of Centerville, Missouri. Many listened to his weekly sermons and respected his community outreach, applauding his public speaking and looking at him as a potential leader in Missouri's future. To their surprise, however, Robert James held a much different goal for his time ahead. He succumbed to the stories of gold coming out of California in the late 1840s, and sought any and every opportunity he could to take his ministry out west. The occasion struck in 1850, mere months after the birth of his youngest and only daughter. Robert informed his family he had been dispatched on a wagon train as the party's chaplain, supporting a group of local men migrating west to join a mining outfit. In April, he gave truth to his word and ventured along the California Trail with the other gold miners, never to be seen or heard from by his family again. While Robert made it to the mining settlement in one piece, he didn't last long, as he contracted cholera from contaminated drinking water at a Placerville, California gold camp and died days later. His body was tossed in a random, unmarked grave, and his legacy was left unsettled. Some believe Robert truly left Missouri out of the goodness of his heart to spread the good word amongst California miners. Others are adamant Robert was no better than a greedy con man who abandoned his family at the first sight of potential fortunes. His widow Zerelda couldn't care less about the gossip of her first husband's demise, with a family and farm to tend to first and foremost. Her children were all under the age of 10, however, and knew a father figure would be critical to the family's future. Thus, she remarried, this time to a neighboring farmer by the name of Benjamin Sims. They wed in September of 1852, but this marriage didn't last long either. Jesse and his older brother Frank couldn't tolerate Mr. Sims. He was a cold individual, without much remorse for young children, and his failure to present himself as a loving father figure did irreparable damage to the James boys. Zerelda quickly had enough of Mr. Sims' corporal punishment ideals and constant criticism of her sons, feeling it was more important to shield her children's well-being than remain married to a successful, if not unsympathetic, farmer. It was unpopular at the time, but Zerelda went as far as to file papers for an official divorce. In the end, though, it was a moot action, as Mr. Sims died in a horsing accident just after the new year in 1954, and the James family farm returned to a more cordial state. Their successes then continued into 1855, when Zerelda married for a third time. This union involved a man by the name of Dr. Archie Reuben Samuel, a local physician and introverted personality. Dr. Samuel did what Mr. Sims couldn't, relinquished head of household duties to his wife. Within months of their marriage, Zerelda and Dr. Samuel purchased additional property, and Zerelda was free to raise her sons exactly as she saw fit. Jesse was the James child to benefit most from the change of circumstances. He was everything his mother wanted him to be: a devout Christian, independent, thoughtful, and protective over his mother and closest allies. He was also a bit of a prankster and got himself into trouble on more than one occasion. This varied greatly from his older brother Frank. Frank loved his Bible and the countless other literary works stocked in his late father's study. Inside was a library full of treasured titles, ranging from Shakespeare to other theological texts. It was through this leftover collection of literature that many believed Frank and Jesse would harness their inner intellectual and leave Missouri for greener pastures. More specifically, that the boys would seek out higher education and attend college, embracing the world of academia. These notions were all but shattered, however, when Frank turned 18 in 1861 and Missouri saw itself confronted with the onset of the American Civil War, in which the state was stuck straight up the middle. Missouri was a border state at the time of the Civil War, featuring an economy with heavy ties to the northern states of the Union, but a population with heavy ties to the southern states of the Confederacy. This dichotomy brought forth violence and mayhem to the state, starting with the Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854. Slavery hadn't yet been expanded into the Kansas Territory, and Missouri transplants rushed to the border to influence the vote. These tensions burst into flames when a series of bloody conflicts erupted along the Kansas-Missouri border between militias of both the Union and Confederacy. Clay County was one such hotspot of deadly disagreements. Ultimately, Missouri's state legislature voted against secession. However, that didn't stop the sympathizers to the rebellion from arming up and joining the fight down south. The James family were of these rebels, staunch supporters of slavery, as both bloodlines of the clan held enslaved people throughout their histories. It was to no one's surprise then when Frank decided to forego further education and join the Missouri State Guard in May of 1861, officially fighting on the side of the Confederacy. With the State Guard, Frank took part in various battles, such as the Battle of Wilson's Creek and the First Battle of Lexington. Both conflicts ended with a Confederate victory and saw a swell in Southern support along the Missouri River Valley by the autumn of 1861. After his short stint with the State Guard, Frank James returned home to his brother later that same year, falling ill as was often seen on the Civil War battlefields. Soon after, he was arrested by a Union militia in Clay County, demanding Frank sign an allegiance to the Union if he was to avoid jail time, or worse. Frank gave way to the militia and signed a written statement, getting the Jayhawkers off his back and healing from his wartime sickness. It wasn't long, though, before Frank regained his strength and dismissed his allegiance to the Union. Instead, he decided to rejoin Confederate forces, this time teaming up with the Missouri Partisan Rangers led by William Clark Quantrill. Quantrill's Rangers, or more fittingly referred to as Quantrill's Raiders, were unlike your run-of-the-mill Army squadron or state militia. Rather, the American Civil War saw an influx of guerrilla warfare between Union militias and secessionist forces, sometimes called bushwhackers. Bushwhackers and other Confederate guerrillas were infamous for their unlawful executions, cold-blooded murders, and the scalping of both Union fighters and sympathizers. In 1863, Frank was targeted as a rumored member of the Confederate guerrilla gangs and hunted once more by a vigilante Union militia. They raided the James family farm looking for the eldest brother, only to hang Dr. Samuel from a tree, nearly killing him, and reportedly beating a young Jesse James in an attempt to extract Frank's location. Frank evaded detection from the militias and in response only ramped up his efforts with Quantrill's raiders. One such event was the Lawrence Massacre in Lawrence, Kansas in August of 1863. Also known as Quantrill's Raid, the massacre saw over 150 abolitionist men and boys killed at the hands of the guerrilla gang. The victims were unarmed and known for their staunch stance against pro-slavery plantations. The raid was equal parts bloody and brutal. Starting at around 5 o'clock in the morning, when most of the residents of Lawrence were still asleep, Quantrill, Frank, and the rest of the gang barged through town, looting local homes and burning down businesses, killing anyone who stood in their way. After the death count nearly reached 200, Quantrill and company rode away from Lawrence while the town crumbled into ruins, smoke stretching towards the sky as the Confederacy laid waste across the expanding frontier. A few months later, Frank continued on with Quantrill's raiders, heading south to Sherman, Texas, and carrying out raids in the area throughout the winter of 1863 and into 1864. Back in Missouri, Jesse remained loyal to his family, working on the farm between daydreams of joining his brother on the vigilante battlegrounds of the Confederacy. He had grown tired of missing out on the action, and after his near-death run-ins with the Union militia, he felt the hatred in his soul fester until he was a full-on rebel himself. In early 1864, Frank James returned to his family farm, alongside the rest of the gang. It was here that Frank finally asked Jesse, just 16 years old at the time, if he wanted to join their bushwhacking outfit. Jesse had been pining to run off with the raiders for months, and didn't hesitate to commit his support to Quantrill and company as soon as a spot was offered. Of course, both Jesse and his older brother promised their mother Zerelda that they would return as often as they could, not wanting to forsake the farm and leave the rest of the family in the dust of the Civil War. Zerelda knew her boys would be able to take care of themselves, their hard-headed independence impossible to miss. Thus, Jesse and Frank set out, this time with a crew led by a Confederate rebel named Fletch Taylor. That summer of 1864, Fletch was nearly killed and lost his arm to a point-blank shotgun blast. In turn, the James brothers were hot on the recruiting trail, looking for additional Confederate sympathizers to join their company. Of course, the more gnarled and embattled the outlaw, the better. These efforts saw the inclusion of many notorious desperados, including a fellow guerrilla soldier, William Bloody Bill Anderson, and the 4 younger brothers, named Cole, James, John, and Robert. Commanded by Bloody Bill, the gang embarked on numerous raids and small-scale attacks around Missouri and like-minded border states. One such raid was the Centralia Massacre, occurring in Centralia, Missouri in September of 1864. Just weeks after Jesse suffered a major wound to the chest, he rode into Boone County with Frank and the gang and didn't look back. In the mid-morning hours, 80 or so Confederate guerrillas, with a few dressed in stolen Union Army uniforms, threw up a blockade that cut off the North Missouri Railroad in downtown Centralia. While some of his men descended upon the townsfolk and looted their storefronts, Bloody Bill and the James brothers stayed back on the rail line. They awaited an incoming Union train service filled with 125 passengers. About 100 were civilians, while the remaining 24 were Union soldiers on their way home north after the Battle of Atlanta a couple months prior. When the train was stopped in Centralia, Bloody Bill and company hopped aboard and divided the group between civilians and soldiers. He then asked their commanding officer, one Sergeant Thomas Goodman, to step forward. After Goodman approached the gang, Bloody Bill and his men fired upon the rest of the Union soldiers, killing each and every one of them. After their deaths, the guerrillas proceeded to mutilate and scalp some of the bodies, trophies for their newest act of rebellion. Later that afternoon, while celebrating in stolen whiskey and bloodstained shoes, the Confederate raiders were confronted by Major Andrew Vern Johnston, commander of the 39th Missouri Infantry Regiment. The mounted squadron included 146 men on September 27th, but they were warned that Bloody Bill's raiding party was well equipped for armed conflict. Major Johnston ignored the sentiments, however, and ordered his men to dismount as they approached the Confederates, forming a line of battle across from Bloody Bill's men. Johnston ordered a challenge and killed a few of the guerrillas, but his regiment's handguns were no match for the Enfield rifles carried by the rebels. As a result, the Union soldiers were quickly laid to waste by the Confederate gang, losing over 100 men. Even the bluecoats that attempted to surrender were slain. And much like their counterparts from the Centralia train station, they were mutilated after taking their final breath. Jesse himself is said to have dealt the fatal shot to Major Johnston, the first of many major death blows handed down by the middle James child. Once the Union efforts were totally thwarted, the guerrillas rode off, with the kidnapped Sergeant Goodman still in captivity. About a month after the Centralia massacre, Bloody Bill was shot and killed by the 1st Regiment of the Missouri State Militia, and the two James brothers decided to go their separate ways. Frank ventured to Kentucky with old friend William Quantrill, leaving Jesse to travel to Texas with Archie Clement, a lieutenant of Bloody Bill. By the spring of 1865, the tides of the Civil War had turned, and the Confederacy was on life support. Jesse finished his tours under the command of Clement and returned home to Lexington, Missouri. As he was walking into town, however, he was shot in the chest by a Union patrol operating near Lexington. Jesse survived his second chest wound in just under a year and hunkered down at his aunt and uncle's boarding house near present-day Kansas City. It was here he fell in love with his first cousin and future wife, Zerelda Mims, who was named after Jesse's own mother. Despite being prescribed bed rest for his recovering wounds, Jesse was known to ride with his former leader, Archie Clement, through Republican-controlled areas of Missouri as a response to the Reconstruction efforts aimed at former Confederates like the James family. The Civil War had officially ended in May of 1865, and the country was hell-bent on recovering, while punishing those who had joined the rebellion and fought against the freedom of the enslaved peoples, tanking the Southern economies. The former bushwhacking gangs that Jesse was a part of were the most violent of those furious with the ending of the war and the Reconstruction-era laws targeting Confederates. They felt it was necessary to strike back, and the country quickly saw the guerrillas transform into fully fledged outlaws. One of the first major stings attributed to Jesse James as a Confederate soldier turned outlaw was the Clay County savings robbery in Liberty, Missouri on February 13, 1866. Archie Clement's gang, with a recent history of intimidating Republican officials and former Union leaders, knew the bank was operated by an old militia officer who supported the Union forces during the war. The gang swarmed the Clay County Savings Building and made off with over $60,000 in both cash and bonds. As they rode off, gunfire erupted through the town, and a young teenager named George Wymore, innocent in the matter, was shot dead before the smoke cleared. There is historical debate regarding Jesse and Frank James' involvement with this robbery in question. Some believe Jesse wouldn't have been healthy enough to fulfill some of the criminal activity. However, there is no evidence to either confirm or deny these reports. The first crime, widely believed to have been Jesse's first as an outlaw, was the Jackson County jailbreak in June of 1866, in which the old Quantrill's Raiders gang released 2 former members and killed the jailhouse attendee in the process. Over the next 6 months, Jesse continued to do the bidding of Archie Clement and his band of guerrillas all across Missouri. They went as far as to occupy Lexington, Missouri on Election Day in 1866, before Clement was finally hunted down by the state militia and executed on the spot. Despite their leader's demise, the rest of the Clement gang continued on with their ways of the vices, robbing banks, lynching Northern sympathizers, all while evading the law through ruthless gunfights and infinite violence. These misadventures include the robbery of a bank in Richmond and the execution of its mayor in 1867, as well as the bank robbery in Russellville, Kentucky, by the James brothers and Cole Younger of their future outlaw crew. The most notable crime of the bunch, however, was the one that launched Jesse James into widespread notoriety, outside of the guerrilla networks he contributed to during his years as a Confederate. This operation came in the form of a bank robbery, targeting the Daviess County Savings Association in Gallatin, Missouri, in December of 1869. After Jesse and his company extracted little in the way of cash or bonds from the bank's vault, Jesse turned to the cashier, to a man by the name of Captain John W. Sheets, and shot him point blank in the head. Reports later stated Jesse killed Sheets after mistaking him for the 1st Regiment officer who killed Bloody Bill. Jesse embraced the murder, stating he wanted revenge for the death of his former commander. The newspapers ran with the story, and before long, Jesse James' name would forever become synonymous with the term outlaw. After the Daviess County robbery, Jesse James became a wanted man as ordered by then Missouri Governor Thomas T. Crittenden. The governor set up a $3,000 reward for the capture of James, who went back to his gang as a newfound leader of the post-war rebellion. Around the same time, Jesse's public appeal slowly started growing due to his close relationship with the editor of the Kansas City Times, John Edwards. Edwards was a cavalryman for the Confederate Army during the war, and argued alongside the James family that former secessionists deserved to retain their leadership positions from pre-war times. Under an alliance, Edwards agreed to publish letters authored by Jesse, who first wrote about his supposed innocence before gradually becoming more political. After 6 months, the letters turned into loyal Confederate propaganda and a call to denounce all Republican leadership and policy. Accompanied with biases supplanted in the Times by Edwards himself, Jesse James became a symbol for Southern sympathizers and fellow citizens who defied Union politics. As a result, Jesse's confidence as a burgeoning, rebellious force crept into his exploding life as a Southern outlaw. As he made his claim to fame, Jesse and his brother officially joined forces with the aforementioned Younger brothers to form the James Younger Gang. The JY Gang also included other Confederate guerrillas, such as Clell Miller, Bill Caldwell, and Charlie Pitts. While everyone split duties and took turns representing the crew's leadership, Jesse was the most public-facing of the gang, taking the brunt of all legal criticism and civilian praise. Their criminal efforts took them all over the United States Midwest, from Tennessee and West Virginia to Kansas and Iowa. They even dabbled in robberies spanning the frontier, including various stings in the Lone Star State of Texas. After the turn of the decade, the 1870s ushered in a new era of bank security. The James Younger Gang felt the risk no longer matched the reward of targeting banking institutions, and instead turned to train robberies as their next mode of illicit activity. The first major locomotive sting came in Adair, Iowa, when the James Younger Gang robbed a Rock Island line train in July of 1873. They performed the robbery wearing masks often associated with the Ku Klux Klan. Jesse and company made off with $3,000 in loot. With future train robberies, the gang switched up tactics, and instead of robbing both safe cars and passengers on board, they started only going after whatever was kept in the express safe, usually located within the baggage car. In 1874, the gang's activity led them all the way down to Bienville Parish, Louisiana, where they held up a stagecoach in January. They doubled down in the same month when they hit another stagecoach line near Hot Springs, Arkansas, before rounding off the crime spree with a train robbery along the Iron Mountain Railway near Gads Hill, Missouri. This was one of the very few train robberies in which the James Gang targeted passengers. However, on this occasion, the Outlaws were careful as to not rob any blue-collar riders, checking their hands for calluses and dirt in between their fingernails. Then, when the papers incorrectly attributed the string of robberies to the Arthur McCoy outfit, Jesse telegraphed details of their recent hit on the Iron Mountain Railway to the St. Louis Dispatch, where John Edwards was now riding his puff pieces on the infamous James Younger legacy. The same year, Jesse finally married his longtime lover Zerelda Mims, nicknamed Z for short. Despite their shared DNA and status as first cousins, they were celebrated by both family and friends, eventually having 2 children who survived past infancy. With a wife and children, Jesse James' life became that much more filled with risk when the Pinkerton National Detective Agency was hired to track down and capture Jesse and the rest of his cronies. Not long after the JY gang hit the train in Gads Hill, the Adams Express Company contracted Pinkerton, as they were the owners of the safe robbed on the Iron Mountain Railway. At this point in history, Pinkerton detectives were more so associated with urban investigations and industrial security. They chased after professional criminals within cities and suburbs, helped break up strikes, and focused on white-collar issues. For this reason, the Pinkertons were mostly inactive across rural territories, especially in the South and along the edges of the western frontier. At first, the Pinkerton agents assigned the James Younger gang case were unmatched for their target's ability to not only avoid trouble, but eliminate the threat entirely. The first detective who descended south into gang territory was Joseph Witcher, assigned specifically to investigate the farm owned by Jesse's mother and stepfather. A few weeks after he was dispatched, the field office failed to hear from him and sent local authorities to locate Joseph. They soon discovered his body in a roadside ditch in a secluded rural area of farmland in Jackson County, Missouri. In response, Pinkerton sent 2 more agents in the second go-around, this time featuring men by the names of John Boole and Louis Lowell. They were also accompanied with county law enforcement, an experienced tracker and deputy sheriff named Edwin Daniels. The 3 detectives rode through Missouri in disguise, camouflaged as cattle buyers looking for livestock. By spring of 1874, word had reached the James Younger gang of the trio's approach, and 2 of the Younger brothers planned a sneak attack. On March 7, 1874, they leapt out in front of the 3 detectives on a country road in Monegaw Springs, Missouri, killing Sheriff Daniels with a single gunshot. One of the agents, Louis Lowell, engaged with John Younger, with each man firing a fatal shot at their opposition, dying after succumbing to multiple wounds. The remaining men, Detective John Boole and Jim Younger, were able to flee on horseback before dealing any mortal damage, and the James Younger gang was left mostly intact. The Pinkerton agency was left to clean up their mess, while officials in the state of Missouri scrambled to put an end to the James Younger terror. The gang itself continued robbing stagecoaches and taking on entire train lines. One such incident occurred in August of 1874, when Jesse and Frank led the charge on a stagecoach along the Missouri River near Lexington. This was followed by a very lucrative locomotive robbery 4 months later in December, when Jesse and company hit a Kansas Pacific Railroad car in Muncie, Kansas. It netted the gang $30,000, but it did end with the arrest and death of notable member Bud McDaniel. Intolerable to the recent string of failures by all forms of law enforcement, the founder of Pinkerton and lead detective himself, Alan Pinkerton, took over the bounty on the James Younger gang. To start his reconnaissance, he traveled to the old James family farm, where Zerelda and Dr. Samuels still lived with their former enslaved folk and a couple of their children. He gained intel on their geography, while working with old, passionate Unionists who lived in the area to scheme for a large-scale raid on the farm. On January 25, 1875, Pinkerton set his plan into motion. He and a few other detectives who joined him for the raid tossed a makeshift bomb into the main farmhouse. When it exploded, Jesse's half-brother Archie died instantly, while his mother, Zerelda, lost one of her arms. In the end, the James farm raid did more to hurt the efforts of law enforcement than help. Despite the Pinkerton agency's repeated claims that they only intended to push Jesse and his gang into the open rather than burn his family's house down, the Confederate sympathizers and an entire community near Kearney, Missouri weren't so sure. As soon as the former Confederates were allowed to vote and hold public office again, they came very close to passing legislation that would have given both the James brothers and surviving Younger brothers amnesty for their crimes. They also pushed to extend a law that put a restriction on Missouri officials from raising the reward money offered for wanted criminals. The governor of Missouri had only ever raised his bounty incentives for Jesse and Frank James, and thus a bind on these executive powers would effectively protect the gang more so than any other law. The thought was that if the reward wasn't high enough for detectives and bounty hunters to risk their lives bringing in the most notorious outlaw in America, the James brothers wouldn't and couldn't be captured. Pinkerton and his top agents continued to chase down Jesse and his crew up until April 12, 1875, when one of the former Unionists, Daniel Askew, who was rumored to be the mastermind behind the James family farm raid in January, was assassinated by a member of the gang. From here on forth, Pinkerton's agents backed off the assignments, and the JY gang was left to operate with restored freedom, albeit temporarily. Eventually, sometime in 1875, Jesse and Frank convinced their mother and surviving family members to move to Nashville, Tennessee, to avoid the prying detectives and their future raids in rural Missouri. Once the men were set up in Nashville, Jesse once again put himself back into the Southern spotlight with more published letters finding their way into the local paper. These positioned Jesse as nothing more than a heroic martyr and proud Confederate, as he claimed everything he did was for good. Over the next year, the number of the gang's hits decreased, before the legacy of the James Younger crew was permanently changed in September of 1876, with the infamous yet much maligned robbery attempt of the National Bank of Northfield, Minnesota. The idea for the robbery, which would take place in a region untouched by the gang before, was concocted by Jesse and Bob Younger. They wanted to hit a rural bank that was associated with major names in the Republican Party, or at least had ties to the Union from the Civil War era. There had been long-standing rumors that two radical Republicans, one by the name of General Benjamin Butler and the other General Adelbert Ames, had connections to the National Bank of Northfield. The word around town was that General Ames, the former governor of Mississippi and a huge supporter of civil rights, had moved to Northfield, Minnesota, and held a hefty amount of stock at the bank, as well as a $50,000 deposit. As a result, a huge faction of the JY gang made their way to St. Paul, Minnesota by train, including Jesse and Frank James, the three surviving Younger brothers, Charlie Pitts, Bill Chadwell, and Clell Miller. Once they arrived in St. Paul, they split up into groups, with each group heading to a different side of Northfield. One group set up camp in Mankato, with the other group camping in Red Wing. A couple of days before the robbery, the gang then went about purchasing only the finest horses in all of Minnesota, before scouting the nearby locales, making detailed notes of the terrain and potential rendezvous points along the Cannon River. They all decided to meet up around the city of Dundas, Minnesota, before descending upon Northfield on the morning of September 7th. That morning, after arriving in their target town square, the group decided to dine at the local restaurant, where they showed up inebriated after a night of heavy drinking. The men ordered fried eggs and made no attempts to disguise their presence in Northfield. The James Younger outfit eventually departed the restaurant just after high noon and made their way to the National Bank at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. 3 of the men, Bob, Frank, and Charlie, walked into the bank, while the other 5, Jesse, Cole, Jim, Bill, and Clell, waited outside. 2 of them guarded the doors, and the other 3 stood watch on the escape route. As the men entered the bank, a Northfield citizen by the name of J.S. Allen noticed what was happening and shouted across town that the bank was under siege and for the men to collect their weapons. In just a few minutes, the James Younger gang was under heavy fire by the residents of Northfield. Many of the attackers crouched behind barrels and hid within storefronts, firing at the crew of outlaws without mercy. Clell Miller was quickly killed by a Northfield medical student by the name of Henry Wheeler, whose position at the Damier House Hotel gave him a clear shot at the gang. Bill Stiles also fell victim to the barrage of gunfire, getting shot by a resident named A.R. Manning. Meanwhile, the rest of the James Younger outfit attempted to carry on with the robbery. The assistant cashier, a man by the name of Joseph Lee Haywood, initially pushed back against the gang, standing strong against their demands to open the safe. The Outlaws didn't give up, however, and went as far as to press a knife to Haywood's throat while cracking his skull with the butt of a pistol. They told the cashier to open it, despite Haywood's lie that it was protected by a time lock. When he didn't comply, they murdered him on the spot. Frank, Bob, and Charlie then turned to the other employees, the bookkeeper Frank Wilcox and the teller Alonzo Bunker. Wilcox was spared, and Bunker managed to escape through the back of the bank, despite being shot in the right shoulder by Charlie Pitts. With the eruption of gunfire outside, the three outlaws knew that trying to break into the safe was a losing effort, and grabbed a few sacks of nickels before running out of the National Bank. They ran alongside the surviving members outside to the rendezvous, but not before all 6 surviving gang members were shot. Frank and Charlie were shot in their right legs, Cole in his left hip, Bob in his elbow, Jim in the jaw, and Jesse in the thigh. Despite their injuries, the men made it back to Dundas that afternoon. In the days after the robbery, the James Younger gang came back together and burned down 14 mills across the neighboring counties in rural Minnesota, fueled by rage at their failed operation and the consequences of their actions. Before long, the James brothers decided it was best for the gang to split up, and they fled one night en route back home to Missouri. The other outlaws, they weren't as lucky. During the Northfield raid, one of the gang members had shot and killed a Swedish farmer who was selling produce in the town square. This cold-blooded murder, combined with the rest of the raid itself, led to one of the largest manhunts in the state's history, ending with the death of Charlie Pitts in a shootout and the arrest of the living Younger brothers. The Younger brothers were sent to prison, and in the blink of an eye, the once indestructible James Younger gang was finally nothing more than a footnote in the history books. Of course, James and Frank weren't ready to give up their criminal exploits so quickly. After taking a few years to cool off from the failed Northfield robbery and heal from their wounds, the James brothers joined the rest of the transplanted family in Nashville, where they assumed the aliases of Thomas Howard and B.J. Woodson. By 1879, Jesse was back in the full swing of things, after spending the better part of 2 years recruiting new, hardened criminals to his gang. They robbed 3 trains in the autumn of that year, including robbing the federal paymaster in Killen, Alabama, during the construction project of a nearby canal. 1879 also saw another instance of Jesse James skirting by the clutches of the law once again. After the $2,000 theft at a general store in Fayette, Mississippi, Jesse and his newfound gang took to hiding at a few abandoned cabins from an old plantation near St. Joseph, Louisiana. While hiding out in the ghost town, the gang was met with a sneak attack by a posse of lawmen, who were able to capture and kill 2 of the wanted outlaws. Jesse escaped by the skin of his teeth and began to grow tired of the newest efforts in thievery. Most of his gang members were unlike the old James Younger outfit. None of them were ex-Confederates with a heart in the rebels' cause, but rather they were unemotional, hard-headed bandits who were, in the eyes of Jesse James, liable to double-cross him at any given moment. To escape both the heat from Tennessee law enforcement and his own paranoia, Jesse convinced his surviving family members to flock back to rural Missouri with him in 1881. Everyone agreed except for Frank, who finally hung up his pistols and moved to Virginia to settle down and live out the remainder of his life away from the growing instability of his younger brother Jesse. Through the many reshufflings of Jesse James' gang, 2 men would eventually become the final members who gained any semblance of trust by the notorious ringleader. Their names were Charlie and Robert Ford, 2 brothers from Missouri who had been introduced to Jesse by another new member of the gang, Wood Hite. Charlie and Robert were first active with Jesse James during their infamous Blue Cut train robbery near Glendale, Missouri in September of 1881, exactly 5 years to the date of the Northfield, Minnesota raid. The robbery finally pushed Governor Thomas T. Crittenden over the edge, forcing his hand and finally putting an end to Jesse James' reign of terror. Unable to up his reward thanks to the Confederate politics of the 1870s, Crittenden turned to the railroad industry for help. Due to the countless damages suffered by the express corporations, they agreed to post a $5,000 bounty on Jesse's capture, dead or alive, with another $5,000 paid upon any conviction against the outlaw. These prices never escaped the minds of Jesse's men, even in his most devout followers like Charlie and Robert Ford. Jesse, constantly sensing betrayal from most of his men, trusted the Ford brothers enough to request that he stay at their home, both out of protection and out of interest for their sister, Martha Bolton. In January of the following year, when Jesse was away from Ray County, Missouri, Robert Ford surrendered to Sheriff James Timberlake alongside Dick Little. The men were wanted for questioning regarding the death of a fellow gang member and the man who recruited the Fords, Wood Hite. Instead of arresting both of the men, however, Sheriff Timberlake brought Robert Ford to a room occupied by Governor Crittenden himself. Crittenden told Ford that if he was able to capture or kill Jesse James, he would pardon him for his crimes, as well as ensure that the handsome reward would be paid promptly. Back in the presence of Jesse, Ford could feel the infamous ringleader slowly folding under the pressure of Wood Hite's murder and the arrest of Dick Little. He was unaware of Robert's involvement, and the double-agent Ford brother knew exactly how to keep his mouth shut. On April 3, 1882, during one of Jesse's stays at the Ford residence, he started planning another robbery with the Ford brothers, this time targeting Platte City, Missouri. During their meeting, Jesse was reading the local paper, which had run a story about the killing of Wood Hite. According to the news bulletin, Dick Little had confessed to murdering Wood, a fact Jesse was not aware of until that very moment. As the meeting went on, it became very apparent Jesse was curious as to why the Ford brothers never brought up Little's betrayal, and was slowly but surely coming to grips with the possibility that the Ford brothers were in on it too, only there to stab Jesse's back for the final time. Regardless if Jesse knew about the Ford's intentions, he ignored the potential danger and instead stood up and placed his guns on the sofa in the room. He then gave all of his attention to a picture hanging above the mantel, covered in dust and appearing quite dirty. Jesse pulled the chair over, stood atop the seat, and started to clean the picture. Simultaneously, Robert Ford also stood, drew his handgun, and fired a shot at the back of the outlaw's head, effectively assassinating Jesse James. In the aftermath, the Ford brothers were arrested and charged with first-degree murder, sentenced to death all within a 24-hour period. Of course, Crittenden fully pardoned both Charlie and Robert, and the two outlaws turned double agents were free men just as quickly as they were caught. The reception they received by the general public, however, was not as optimistic. Both Ford brothers were considered cowards and driven out of Missouri. Robert Ford capitalized his infamy as the man who killed Jesse James before starting various saloon outfits out west. Charlie contracted tuberculosis soon after the assassination and committed suicide in 1884. Robert was assassinated himself in Creede, Colorado in 1892 by a man named Edward O'Kelly. O'Kelly received a petition for his release by over 7,000 signees, who had been waiting for Ford's death over the last 10 years. The legacy of the Ford brothers was over, while a large section of the country still mourned the loss of Jesse James. In fact, this was the case long after Jesse James took his final breath on Missouri soil in April of 1882. The popularity of Jesse James only seemed to skyrocket even into the 20th century, as stories of his crimes and misadventures across the South enamored folks on the East Coast, hungry for the real-life figures emblematic of the Wild West. Most of this surge in popularity came from former Confederates in the Reconstruction era, who saw Jesse James as a vigilante hero, doing whatever it took to maintain the Southern way of life and fight back against those who eliminated slavery and their economic foothold. The boost in legacy also came from the presence of Jesse James in the media throughout his tenure as a menacing outlaw, aided by his connections to John Edwards and the newspapers. After his death, Jesse James became the central character in various dime novels, retelling his exploits as folktales that displayed the era of resistance and rebellion Jesse James manifested during his later life. These publications then captivated folks who longed to hear the scandals and other criminal tales coming out of the Western frontier. It gave rise to the American fascination with the antagonists of the Wild West and true crime in general, as people looked past the James gang's apparent racism and war crimes and found inspiration in their ringleaders' demeanor. It was through the further fictionalized stories of Jesse James that planted the idea he was actually more like Robin Hood than an actual thief. Narratives were set that Jesse James stole specifically from the rich to then feed the poor, protecting the blue-collar farmer from the white-collar corporate man. In reality, there is no historical proof that Jesse James ever split up his stolen goods with anyone outside of his own gang and immediate family. While it's true he offered protection to his closest allies and respected his hometown neighbors, it was all a performance and a quest to spread an ideology, to get rich on the idea that crimes against his enemy were justified. As a result, the idea of Jesse James operating under the shadows of Robin Hood is nothing more than political fodder during the Progressive era in the late 19th century, early 20th century America, of which Jesse James became a symbol of resisting an oppressor. It wasn't until the 1850s that the legacy of Jesse James corrected the false myth that he was a figure of the Western frontier. Rather, historians started painting Jesse as the evil and emotional man he truly was. It became apparent in the messaging of historians that Jesse James suffered from psychological disturbances and delusions of grandeur, dead set on carrying on a cause that was slowly unraveling in a rebuilding United States. He was a Confederate guerrilla and a domestic terrorist, a cold-blooded killer and master of manipulation. He was no Wild West desperado or folk hero of manifest destiny, but still poses as a fascinating staple to the lore and history of an expanding United States. As of today, the legacy of Jesse James continues to be one of contention, as many still see the maligned Missouri Bandit as a hero in modernized neo-Confederate movements. Others acknowledge the atrocities he committed across his life, understanding there really isn't much that makes him a protagonist in the story of America. Regardless of how he is seen, one thing remains true. The life and times of Jesse James will continue to be both romanticized and criticized in the popular culture of the present day. Films and TV serials and music and novels will continue to be made, featuring one of the most destructive yet impactful people of the 19th century, with all of his inglorious bloodshed and detailed madness front and center. In the end, it's just for the world to know exactly who Jesse Woodson James truly was. A blood-stained footprint on the frontier. The Wild West is a famous period in American history for many reasons. Wagon trails, gold prospecting, ghost towns, and constant conflicts are all pure symbols of life on the Western frontier. Most representative of the time period, however, are outlaws and the countless criminals plaguing the Western frontier with violence and calamity at every turn. For the most part, no wagon, caravan, train, nor horseback rider was safe in the open, untamed lands of the American West, often due to the high risk of running into cattle rustlers, banditos, and other slick outlaws, staking their claim to fame, or rather infamy, on the vistas of the frontier. A good portion of the stories about desperados and the criminals of the Old West center on the reckless profession of being an outlaw. While it makes sense in regards to the culture and lifestyle of westward expansion in the 19th century, it's still surprising how many men and women gave up lawful tendencies to retreat into the land of outlaws. As an effort to dive deeper into the lives of Old West criminals and the origins of their misdeeds, here's the next video in a series detailing infamous men and women of the Wild West, who acted as outlaws in the heyday of scum and villainy on the Western frontier. Introducing Haske Bene Natal, better known as the Apache Kid. The legendary outlaw known as the Apache Kid wasn't always known by his infamous moniker. He was first born under the name of Haske Bene Natal, bestowed upon him by his Apache tribe circa the early 1860s. The kid is thought to have been birthed in the Aravaipa Canyon, just 25 miles or so south of the San Carlos Apache Indian Reservation, and close to the creek the local natives called Little Running Water. Here, he was raised within his band of the Aravaipa Apache peoples, a community within the San Carlos Apache, which itself is a subgroup of the Western Apache as a whole. Some historians believe the kid was actually of White Mountain Apache descent. However, this detail remains contentious. What is known beyond a shadow of a doubt is the Apache Kid's introduction to life as a scout for the United States Army. His service came at the hands of Clay Buford, chief of police for the San Carlos Apache Indian Reservation, where the kid was meandering as a young boy. Buford, a former Confederate soldier and sergeant for the 5th U.S. Cavalry in the American Indian Wars, had a better understanding of the local Apache dialect than any of his superiors, peers, or otherwise. The commander had led countless tours through Apacheria with scouts who only spoke their native tongue, and learned a thing or two during these missions. However, the tour that connected Buford and the kid wasn't just an opportunity for the sergeant to work on his Athabascan dialect. It came during a Buford-led ambush on the Aravaipa settlement gathered by the man they called Toga de Shoes. Toga de Shoes was a highly respected warrior and a former member of the Apache band overseen by their notable leader, Chief Captain Chiquito. The US government labeled this subgroup the SI Band of Apache, as they had become a top target of military efforts in pushing southwestern native groups into their respective reservations. Living with Toga de Shoes and his family was none other than the Apache Kid. Scholars differ on his exact relation to the warrior. Some sources state he was the man's son, whereas others believe Toga was much too old to be the boy's father, and was instead his grandfather. The entire ordeal explains the decades-old argument centering on the Apache Kid's exact identity and tribal heritage. And it all stems from Buford's actions that day, as he and his expedition team returned to their outpost that week with not only Toga de Shoes as their prisoner, but with his entire family as well. This included the kid, who wasn't even a teenager yet at the time. Despite being kidnapped by the faction of Old West soldiers, the Apache Kid reportedly grew fond of Buford and followed him around the San Carlos Reservation. The hulking sergeant from Virginia wasn't so shy around the young boy either, and eventually took him under his wing. The legend goes that the Apache Kid's first steps toward becoming a real Old West marksman occurred in a San Carlos issue corral. It's said that the sun rose one day, and Buford tossed the kid a few cartridges and an out-of-rotation carbine. With a shooting iron and ammunition in tow, the kid was sent into a corral to have target practice, and as bullseye, unused cuts of agency beef. Had the output been low on game supply, who knows if the Apache Kid would have ever become the esteemed sharpshooter he's known as across the frontier. Fate most likely would have led him down the gunslinging path anyways, considering his close relationship with another Southwest frontiersman and rancher, Joe Stevens. Stevens was the son of an Arizona Territory farmer and trader, George Stevens, who married the daughter of an Apache war chief. As a result, the younger Stevens boy quickly befriended the Apache Kid, and together they became good friends. They'd often traverse the mountainsides on amateur hunting expeditions and innocent frontier misadventures. Later in life, Joe Stevens would provide a quote as follows: "For years, we hunted and journeyed over the mountains together. In all of those travels, I scarcely heard him speak an unkind word of any person." Stevens wasn't the only one to admonish the kid with praises early on in life. The entire community of present-day Globe, Arizona, a new silver mining settlement located on the San Carlos Reservation, grew fond of the child called Haske Bene Natal. Of course, the white settlers in the area couldn't be bothered to pronounce his name, and resorted to using his now legendary moniker, the Apache Kid. Many townsfolk remembered him as an intelligent, kind, and handsome young man, They say his English was as good as any English-speaking miner or cowboy in all of New Mexico territory. For 5 or 6 years, the Apache Kid helped herd cattle for local ranchers in Globe, as well as working in an apprenticeship for the town butcher. In 1881, he was acquainted with German-American Chief of Scouts for the U.S. Army, Al Sieber, who would forever change the direction of the kid's life. Sieber, much like his peer Clay Buford, felt like a father figure for the Apache Kid. He took him under his wing and recruited the kid to be his right-hand assistant, a jack-of-all-trades position that chafed a few of the other scouts. One such disgruntled scout was none other than the notorious outlaw himself, Tom Horn. Horn liked to refer to the kid as Sieber's pet Indian, but the boy would prove himself as so much more than a simple orderly. After earning the trust of Sieber and his team of scouts, the Apache Kid was enlisted as a scout himself. His language abilities and keen eye proved invaluable for the U.S. Army, hell-bent on thwarting any and all hostile Apache raids, both in San Carlos and on the surrounding settlements. When the famous Apache chief, Geronimo, escaped from his San Carlos imprisonment in the autumn of 1881, the kid joined Sieber and company on their manhunt through the southwestern territories and into Mexico. In the summer of 1882, the Apache Kid took part in various scouting missions and skirmishes along the Mexico border, before ultimately helping the 3rd and 6th Cavalries claim victory at the Battle of Big Dry Wash on July 17th. These accomplishments were so frequent in his first 2 years of service, the kid was rewarded with a promotion to sergeant amongst his ranks of fellow scouts. Through 1885, the Apache Kid only continued to impress the folks around him, both at home and on the road. He added notches to his belt after successful expeditions into the Sierra Madre Occidental, as well as an additional tour through Arizona and regions of the like. Maybe the most specific memory to articulate the kid's genius as a scout came from a story published in the LA Times. A writer for the notable newspaper waded southwestern waters to catch up with a cavalryman enlisted alongside the Apache Kid. According to the soldier, the troops were recently canvassing the high plains when a band of hostiles were approaching deep into the horizon. Despite appearing as nothing more than ambiguous dots in the distance, the Apache Kid turned to the soldier in question and stated not only how many riders and mounts there were, but how many were white and how many were native. This information was gathered purely from the kid's understanding of how the horses were ridden. Lo and behold, as the posse drew closer, the soldier was left with his jaw agape, as the Apache Kid nailed every single prediction with 100% accuracy. As word spread across the frontier of the boy genius's exploits, so did his legend in the canon of the Old West. The Apache Kid's transformation from scout prodigy to hardened outlaw started in May of 1887, after a natural disaster struck the American Southwest. Just 3 days into the month, an intense earthquake hit the San Carlos Reservation and took with it an upwards of 50 casualties. The Apache bands sprinkled throughout the region immediately felt the quake was a bad omen. They prayed to their ultimate deity, shamans beating the ceremonial drums and reciting chants around the clock, praying for peace to quell the tribal lands. Of course, low-magnitude aftershocks ran rampant in the days following, and the hysteria amongst the Apache only grew. On the reservation itself, various band leaders came together to organize a formal gathering of anyone who wished to join them in rejecting the dreaded omen. Amongst those to gather was none other than Togo de Chus, the Apache Kid's father figure. A common trait found on Apache reservations and native rancherias was the overconsumption of a beverage known as tiswin. Tiswin was a pungent, homebrew-styled liquor made from corn. White settlers wouldn't go near it, let alone drink it. But for the Apaches, it was the only spirit they liked, and when they drank good. Togo de Chus was one such consumer of the tiswin, and it just so happened when the the day of the gathering, he was 3 sheets to the wind. In a cockeyed tirade, Toga walked up to an elder warrior called Rip and let his true feelings be known. You see, Rip was once a young man like Toga de Shoes, and in love with the same woman. Legend goes this woman was none other than the Apache Kid's mother, who obviously chose Toga over the warrior. Rip was furious up until present day, and often got in spats with the Kid's family. Rip's brother, a fellow elder named Gonzizi, had grown tired of Toga's taunts and decided it was time to stick up for his kin, once and for all. The evening of the gathering, as Toga de Shoes let Rip have an earful, Gonzizi shot the Kid's unarmed father at point-blank range. Back at the cavalry's outpost, Al Sieber heard an inkling about a Tizwin-fueled feud happening on the reservation, and sent the Apache Kid and a few other scouts to shut it down for the night. Much to the Kid's horror, he arrived at the scene to find his father figure sprawled on the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood. By the time it took the Apache Kid to reach the gathering, one of his father's closest allies had already killed Gonzizi to avenge Toga de Shoes, their corpses mere feet apart. The Kid couldn't accept this, however, and vowed to enact his own revenge as Apache customs permitted. Unfortunately, a fellow Apache elder called White Eyes would not grant the Kid the permission he needed, and he was left to grieve with a seething wrath boiling beneath the surface. Weeks went by, and the Apache Kid's solemn torment did not subside. His superiors knew it too, and on a mission to Fort Apache up north, Sieber deliberately instructed the Kid to watch over his insubordinates and not take action against old Rip. The Kid wouldn't have it though, and marched to the old warrior's village located on the banks of the Aravipa Creek. Word had already spread like wildfire that the Apache Kid was on a path towards violent vengeance, but Rip still couldn't escape in time. Defying his direct orders, the Kid cornered his father's arch-nemesis and pumped lead directly into his heart. The Apache Kid and his cronies beelined it for the rolling hillsides, knowing their fate had been sealed. Not long after, the local band chief from San Carlos, Ganshai, located the Kid and convinced him and the other men to return to the reservation and give themselves up to Sieber. Sieber was none too pleased with the Apache Kid's antics and demanded he give up arms upon his return. It was a level-headed exchange, too, up until Captain Francis Pierce thought he saw one of the Kid's compatriots pull a gun amidst the restlessness. Before anyone could process what was happening, Pierce shouted for Sieber to stay on alert when another soldier started firing. Sieber attempted to toss the already surrendered weapons aside, but he was shot in the leg. The Apache Kid, who had no inkling of a mutiny himself, had no choice but to take advantage of the chaos. He and a ragtag team of other men fled from the scene, just as Captain Pierce was shot down by his friendly rival, another Apache scout called Curly. The Kid and company retreated all the way to Deer Creek, some 10 or so miles away from San Carlos, and stole the prized mount belonging to the aforementioned Tom Horn. Officially a runaway from the law, the Apache Kid rode all the way to Mount Turnbull and traveled along the San Pedro River. He was adamant the newfound Apache gang wouldn't turn into killers, but not everyone in the posse agreed. Ganshai was one of the few who couldn't resist once his taste of rebellion hit. He killed a man named Bill Deal before the rest of the band wrestled his horses, and they repeated the crimes a couple of days later on a Fort Crittenden farmstead. At this point, May had turned to June, and a new team of Apache scouts, instructed by legendary scout Mickey Free and his superior, Lieutenant Carter Johnson, were in on the chase. On June 11th, the squad located and retrieved all the missing horses and various belongings stolen by the Kid's band of insurgents. However, the Apache Kid was still nowhere in sight. It just so happened he and his men had escaped down a slope into the San Pedro, just in the nick of time. Their continued elusion of the military forced General Nelson Miles to leave California and subdue the Apache Kid before the scouts and shamans who followed him could form a larger rebellion. Eventually, Ganshai surrendered when the heat was too much, and soon thereafter, he and the Apache Kid's surviving mother convinced the outlaw to turn himself in peacefully. Upon doing so, the Kid and 4 members of his company were promptly court-martialed, while the fates of Ganshai and the rest of the rebel scouts were left to the civil court system. The Apache Kid was then tried on 2 counts, 1 charge of mutiny and another charge of desertion. The trial was held 2 weeks later on June 28th, led by the judge advocate, 2nd Lieutenant Lawrence Tyson. The prosecution's 3 main witnesses all claimed the Apache Kid was innocent of firing his gun. However, Sieber wouldn't let him off so easily. He stated the Kid had tried to take back his weapon the day of the upheaval and was making secret hand signs to his fellow scouts to reclaim their carbines and escape while the rest of the Apache rebellion covered for them. The Kid was then given the chance to speak and testified that he had absolutely no intentions to mutiny against the U.S. Army. While agreeing, he fled without being granted permission by his superiors. The Kid also admitted guilt to the murder of Rip, the man who had slain his father. He blamed it mostly on the overconsumption of Tiswin, but didn't mince his words otherwise. The vengeance against Rip was in cold blood, and he was open about it. Ultimately, the first trial ended in guilty convictions across the board, with the Kid sentenced to death by firing squad. However, General Miles was still sympathetic to the iconic Apache scout and used his influence to reduce the sentence to 10 years, served at Alcatraz in San Francisco, California. We used the term first trial because unfortunately for the Apache Kid, he would soon find himself back on the stand, defending for his life. After the Kid and his compatriots were released by Secretary of War W.C. Endicott in October of 1888, Sieber refused to let his feelings of betrayal go by the wayside and successfully launched a territorial warrant for the arrest of the Apache Kid. This time, he was stuck under the rooftop of a civilian courthouse and was up against a slew of men eager to lie and put the scout-turned-outlaw under a tombstone for good. Sieber stood on the witness stand and told the jury that the Kid was the one to shoot him in the leg, permanently disabling the chief of scouts. In on the scheme was none other than the man who actually shot Al Sieber, the rival scout the Kid everyone called Curly. You see, Curly wanted the Apache Kid dead just like everyone else. Rumor has it, he had attempted to court the Kid's wife, much like Rip had failed to court the Kid's mother 30 years prior. Both the defense and prosecution also failed to call up the witness who could have saved the Kid's skin, a blacksmith named R. Helger. The farrier had seen Curly shoot Sieber in the leg with his very own eyes, but alas, his truth went with him to the grave. Meanwhile, the Apache Kid was convicted of attempted murder against Al Sieber and sentenced to 7 years imprisonment. He and a few others who met the same fate were first sent to a small jail cell in Globe, Arizona, before being rerouted to the Yuma Territorial Prison. Yuma was a dilapidated and dangerous incarceration center, even when considering the average prison in the Wild West. The inmates were vile, the conditions were teetering the line of inhumane, and the overall atmosphere reeked like a limbo between earth and hell. The Kid and his fellow prisoners knew this much to be true, and wouldn't be sent away to 7 years of pure misery without a fight. On November 2nd, 1889, during the trek from Globe to Yuma Territory, all 9 prisoners in tow revolted against their escorts. One Sheriff Glenn Reynolds, his deputy William Holmes, and their driver Eugene Middleton. Middleton, despite being shot upside the head, survived the ordeal. However, his escorting lawmen weren't so lucky. Infamous Apache scout Paz Lao Ta shot the sheriff dead, and Holmes perished from cardiac arrest before a single bullet could be lodged in his body. According to Middleton, he was only spared at the hands of the Apache Kid due to his kindness in offering the innocent convict a cigarette. Yet again, the Kid made a grand escape without committing murder, and was never seen from again. The remaining 8 escapees all were eventually tracked down in the aftermath. Of course, back at San Carlos, Sieber was unsurprised by the development, deep down accepting karma had had its way. He ordered 20 scouts to assemble a manhunt for the kid, but everyone else knew it was a fruitless endeavor. Nevertheless, soldiers, bounty hunters, lawmen, and armed vigilantes completed their acts of futility, searching for the Apache Kid through the southwestern territories for the next 40 years. The first reward posted for his capture was $500, a dead or alive bounty that grew 10 times the original amount. As the search for the Apache Kid grew, so did the stories of his rumored run-ins with close calls peppered across the frontier. In May of 1890, Apache insurgents attacked a squad of Mexican troops, and one of the slain Apache warriors was found to have the iconic gold watch and trusty pistol belonging to Sheriff Glenn Reynolds on his person. While the warrior in question was assumed to be the Apache Kid, others weren't so sure, as this outlaw was much older than the kid would have been at the time. It only fueled the rumors of potential sightings both in Mexico and around the arid Arizona deserts. Various events attributed to the now hardened outlaw Apache Kid were the countless killings of cowboys and miners along the Sierra Madres, as well as a string of abductions of adult women on the San Carlos Reservation late in the 1890s. The gossip evolved from the deportation of the Apache Kid's wife. Folks on the reservation believed that the kid came back and took turns kidnapping Apache women to find a suitor for his next wife. And when the abductions came to an abrupt halt, many figured a match had been made. With the unconfirmed sightings and crimes came a bevy of tall tales centered on the death of the Apache Kid. His childhood friend Joe Stevens believed the kid died from alcohol intoxication up in the rugged hillsides, a theory supported by Tom Horn. Mexican Colonel Emilio Kostrelitsky stated the Apache Kid had started a new life amongst a band of Tarahumara natives living in the Sierra Madre Occidental. Old West author Ben Camp believed the kid had been murdered by his 17-year-old right-hand man, Billy Keene, who is said to have kept the Apache outlaw's severed head preserved in Chloride, New Mexico, 1907. These types of testimonies continued on into the 1920s. At that point, every farmer, lawman, and scout had a story to tell about the Apache Kids knocking on death's doorstep, only to evade trouble as the tide rolled in. Those remaining at San Carlos saw the kid as his own omen. It was widely accepted the wrath of the Apache outlaw was not only against the white men who betrayed him, but against his own tribe as well. There was a palpable fear in every San Carlos resident that the kid would return and smite the land of all who crossed him. The most widely accepted version of the Apache Kid's demise came in 1894. Notable rancher Charles Anderson and his gang of vigilante cowboys claimed they killed an Apache cattle rustler in the hills of the San Mateo Mountains, and that this livestock thief was the Apache Kid. Despite the claim's acceptance by most across New Mexico and beyond, the account has been contested and is not considered the official cause of death. In reality, the truth to the Apache Kid's fate in the days, months, and years following the Kelvin Grade massacre will forever remain unknown. What cannot be denied is the authentic tragedy of the young man's life and times. Haske Bene Natal was taken from his tribal lands and raised by volatile military men. And just as he was starting to make a name for himself in a life that he did not choose, he was betrayed by those he looked up to and forced to live the rest of his life in complete mystery. Maybe the Apache Kid lived a long, happy life hidden away south of the border. Maybe he did become the grizzled Old West outlaw the folklore now claims him to be. But regardless, his mythology will forever remain a fascinating frontier mystery, as well as a stark reminder of the brutality and unforgiving nature of life in the Wild West. The Wild West is a famous period in American history for many reasons. Wagon trails, gold prospecting, ghost towns, and constant conflicts are all pure symbols of life on the western frontier. Most representative of the time period, however, are outlaws and the countless criminals plaguing the western frontier, with violence and calamity at every turn. For the most part, no wagon, caravan, train or horseback rider was safe in the open, untamed lands of the American West, often due to the high risk of running into cattle rustlers, banditos, and other slick outlaws, staking their claim to fame, or rather infamy, on the vistas of the frontier. A good portion of the stories about desperados and the criminals of the Old West center on the reckless profession of being an outlaw. While it makes sense in regards to the culture and lifestyle of westward expansion in the 19th century, it's still surprising how many men and women gave up lawful tendencies to retreat into the land of outlaws. As an effort to dive deeper into the lives of Old West criminals and the origins of their misdeeds, here is the next video in a series detailing infamous men and women of the Wild West who acted as outlaws in the heyday of scum and villainy on the western frontier. Introducing William Brocius, better known as Curly Bill, and one of the most infamous yet feared outlaws in not just Arizona, but in all the Wild West. The early happenings of William Brocius are hard to track down, to say the least. His life as a child and into early adulthood is mostly unknown, with most historical evidence placing his birth in or around Crawfordsville, Indiana, circa 1845. From the Hoosier State, Brocius is thought to have traveled west into Missouri or Kansas, where in 1860 he started his life as a rustler and a ruffian at the age of just 15. It's unknown if the young outlaw was born with the name he died with, but therein lies the mystery of his actual origins. You see, one account tells the tale of a young man named William B. Graham, a former cowboy who was born in Missouri and moved to Texas to work for the major cattle drivers. When his time with the Lone Star outfits came to an end, he moved on to Kansas, where he made a name for himself as a gunfighter called Curly Bill. These details all stem from an old publication called the Encyclopedia of the Old West. The info was based on a report written by historian Dennis McLaughlin, who believes Brocius and Graham were the same person, and Curly Bill, in fact, did not come from Indiana. When taking a deeper dive into the issue of William B. Graham, however, it's quite clear these men were not the same person. Curly Bill Graham was actually killed in October of 1887 after engaging in a gunfight with a deputy sheriff named James D. Howe. His grave can be found in Young, Arizona. Another historian, the American writer Robert Marshall Utley, contrived enough historical evidence to support a claim that William Brocius was actually a wanted criminal called William Curly Bill Bresnahan, active in El Paso, Texas. This connection is actually rooted in a series of events starting in the mid-1870s. It was around this time that infamous outlaw Jesse Evans officially founded the Boys, a gang of anonymous and amateur renegades who plundered settlements and various outfits in New Mexico for about 4 years. Two of the Boys' members were burgeoning desperados, one named Robert Martin and the other named Curly Bill Bresnahan. They took part in the legendary Lincoln County War, a bloody conflict waged between the Jesse Evans gang and a rival gang called the Regulators, featuring men like John Turnstall and none other than Billy the Kid himself. Robert Martin and Curly Bill were also the names of the two men who joined the Cochise County Cowboys and took part in the Tombstone criminal enterprise of the early 1880s. Due to the men's names, collaborations, and precise locations, all connected through the years, it's believed they are the same men who joined the Boys, and that William Bresnahan was one of Curly Bill's many aliases, much like William B. Graham or William Brocius. Regardless of his enigmatic monikers or countless cloudy origin stories, the man they called Curly Bill didn't hang around the New Mexico territory for long. Right as the Lincoln County War reached its peak, the young ruffian rode east to El Paso, still using the alias of William Bresnahan. In El Paso, Curly Bill engaged his first major act of career in crime, robbing a local outfit, gunning down a man in the process. With the Texas Rangers hot on his trail, he was unable to flee and was sent to the El Paso jailhouse to await trial. One of the state's top prosecutors, James Albert Zabriskie, was assigned his case and successfully brought forth a guilty verdict. Curly Bill wasn't about to go away so easily, however, and fled El Paso mere days before transferring to a Texas penitentiary. From the Lone Star State, he escaped further west into the deserts of the Arizona Territory. It was in Arizona in 1878 that the man called Curly Bill, most likely due to his iconic curly black hair, was henceforth referred to as William Brocius. Later that year, he used his knowledge as a cowpoke to gain employment on a cattle drive, taking livestock to the San Carlos Apache Indian Reservation. From San Carlos, Brocius traveled further south into Cochise County, where he quickly befriended the legendary sheriff named Johnny Bean. Bean was a schemer at heart and saw great potential in Curly Bill's arrival. Before long, he hired Brocius as a tax collector of sorts. The young outlaw was tasked with going after fellow cattle rustlers and demanding taxes on their livestock, even if they were stolen property. The funds went directly from the thief's pocket and into the salary of Sheriff Bean. Whether he knew it or not, his prize tax collector was getting involved with the cattle rustling business himself. Brocius learned exactly what to do, and more importantly, what not to do in the growing lawlessness of Cochise County. He stayed within the good graces of Bean and his deputies, all while finding fraternity with the growing organization of the Cochise County Cowboys. It was his growing relationship with the Cowboys that his dark side really displayed itself. Brocius quickly developed the persona of a mean drunk, known for getting ripped off firewater and making jokes that only he would find funny. This included firing off rounds at a church sermon to make the preacher squirm, or forcing a fiesta of Mexican folk to strip down naked and dance in front of their entire communities. As the 70s gave way to the 1880s, the drunken debauchery is exactly what would land Brocius his first major gunfight as an official outlaw. His days as an anonymous cattle rustler were over, but his time as a cold-blooded gunfighter was only just beginning. The slow burn beginnings of Curly Bill's Big Bandit binge came in the evening hours of October 28, 1880, in downtown Tombstone, Arizona. Brocius and a few of his fellow outlaw cowboys were having the time of their lives, befuddled after a night of drinking and making sure every single townsfolk in Tombstone knew about it. As the stars of an empty southwestern sky twinkled above the revelry, somewhere between Allen and Toughnut Streets, a string of gunshots echoed into the night. Brocius and company were camped out in a vacant lot, cloaked in shadows, shooting pistols at the moon to fulfill the evening's form of entertainment. The town marshal of Tombstone at the time, Frederick G. White, wasn't having any of the men's shenanigans and personally ordered their disbandment. Of course, the outlaws would hear none of it in their heightened stupor, to which Marshal White had no option other than to disarm the outlaws himself. According to Wyatt Earp, White approached the gang and stated, "I am an officer, give me your pistol." Curly Bill then moved his hand to his holster and attempted to draw his pistol without notice. The marshal wasn't oblivious to him and grabbed the gun by the barrel. When White then wrapped his arms around Brocius to check for any more weapons on his person, he jostled the wielded pistol. The gun discharged and White was shot in the leg, falling to the ground in agony. Wyatt Earp, a witness to the kerfuffle, pistol-whipped Brocius before arresting him as a result. Brocius immediately feigned his innocence, but Earp didn't want to hear it, true or false. Curly Bill was placed into jail before dawn. Marshal Fred White, however, met a much starker fate. He was taken to the Tombstone doctor, who originally declared his status as stable, before reversing course when the gunshot wounds became life-threatening. Brocius, meanwhile, feared for his life with every passing moment. White was an immensely popular officer of the law in Tombstone, let alone a respected citizen. He was well liked, and Curly Bill felt a lynch mob forming was imminent. Even though he was still adamant that the gun discharged accidentally, he felt the general populace still wouldn't believe him. By this point, Wyatt Earp had come around on his feelings for Brocius, and after processing the events of October 28th, knew in his heart that the outlaw was innocent for maybe the first and only time in his life. As the deputy sheriff of Pima County, Earp teamed up with George Collins and the Old West Superstars transferred Curly Bill to Tucson, where he could await trial without the constant threat of a lynching. On October 30th, Fred White died from his injuries. However, before he took his dying breath, he made an official statement declaring his belief that Brocius was in fact innocent, and there was no intent to fire the weapon. White felt the gun had discharged from a fluke, a belief he held both immediately after being shot and in the 48 hours leading up to his death. The defense at Curly Bill's murder trial proved as much to be true. They were able to carry out a demonstration to confirm the gun owned by Brocius could be fired even from half-cock. His attorneys were also able to prove that the pistol still had 5 bullets out of a possible 6, arguing that had Brocius shot on purpose, he would have needed to fire off multiple rounds. With the effortlessly popular Wyatt Earp supporting Fred White's dying testimony, it was all but a sure thing that Brocius would be left off the hook as a free and innocent man. 2 months of jail time passed him by, and in December of 1880, Curly Bill was acquitted on all charges. One would think, with the volatile and nearly life-altering Fred White shooting behind him, William Brocius would be on the hunt for greener pastures. After all, he escaped both a lynching and a state-mandated execution. That would be enough to make even the hardest of men rethink settling on a life of crime, right? Wrong. Rather than use his exemplary sharpshooting skills and sheer strength for good, Curly Bill continued down a path of a reckless outlaw, unable to shake his thirst for alcohol and an inclination towards violence. His next major shakeup came less than 3 months after his acquittal in the Pima County Courthouse, in March of '81. Legend goes, Brocius and a confidant, Johnny Ringo, were hanging around, enjoying a nightcap at a Maxie, Arizona saloon called O'Neill and Franklin's, when utter chaos broke out. Also at the saloon was a cowboy named Dick Lloyd, a frequent poker player at O'Neill and Franklin's. On this particular night, Lloyd drank more than he could handle and shot one of the evening's patrons. Afterwards, he went outside and rode his horse directly into the heart of the barroom. Inside, Brocius, Ringo, and a posse of disturbed Cochise County cowboys had had enough of the ruckus. Upon re-entering the saloon on horseback, Dick Lloyd was shot dead by Curly Bill and 11 other patrons. To apologize for hosting such a drunken disaster, the co-owner, named O'Neill, took the fall for Lloyd's murder, but was found not guilty anyway. A couple of months later, Brocius would continue his bully behavior and receive a little karmic revenge in return. In late May of '81, Curly Bill was once again enjoying a night of drinks and revelry with a slew of other Cochise cowboys. One of the participants was Jim Wallace, a major player in the aforementioned Lincoln County War. On this occasion, however, he wasn't exactly a white knight of the Old West. Rather, he chose the wrong words in front of the wrong person, and all hell broke loose as a result. Legend goes, Wallace dissed the name of Billy Breckenridge. Breckenridge was the deputy marshal of Tombstone, and more importantly, one of Curly Bill's closest allies. While Breckenridge didn't hear the slander, Brocius most certainly did. He took exception and threatened Wallace into apologizing for his remarks. Despite Wallace displaying regret and doing his part in remedying Curly Bill's demands, Brocius wouldn't drop the matter. He stalked Wallace out of the saloon, shouting after him, "You damned Lincoln County son of a bitch, I'll kill you anyhow." Wallace, imperiled by the taunts, turned and shot Curly Bill in the face, nicking his cheek and neck area. Wallace was promptly arrested by Breckinridge, but in the end, faced no punishment. The court agreed with his plea of self-defense, and all parties carried on, business as usual. The only thing permanently damaged, outside of a bit of scar tissue, was the ego of William Brocius. The next few months of Curly Bill's timeline are under heavy dispute by historians and scholars alike, unable to confirm nor deny his involvement with a few major events leading up to the gunfight at the OK Corral. One such ordeal was the shootings of Bill Leonard and Harry Head, and the unsolved retaliation murders of their killers, brothers William and Isaac Hazlitt. It all started in July of 1881. Harry Head, better known by his outlaw alias of Harry the Kid, was a wanted Cochise cowboy, along with his closest criminal comrade, Bill Leonard. The pair, alongside two other cowboys in Luther King and Jim Crane, had been on the run for months after robbing a Wells Fargo stagecoach near Drew Station in March. Once the heat from the Drew Station sting cooled off, Leonard and the Kid returned to their thievery. That summer, they targeted a general store in Eureka, New Mexico, right in the heart of the Hachita Valley. The shop was owned and operated by the Hazlitt brothers, Bill and Ike, and it wasn't a hotspot for crime due to its remote location in the southern basin of New Mexico. Nevertheless, Leonard and the Kid made their strike against the Hazlitts without remorse. Unfortunately for them, though, Bill and Ike weren't shoddy gunslingers in their own right. While the brothers were held up, Leonard and the Kid broke their concentration long enough to allow the Hazlitts to quick draw their own pistols and lay waste to the cowboys. The news eventually reached Cochise County, and the top brass of the Cowboy Association didn't like what they heard. A slew of the feared Arizona outlaws, namely Jim Crane, Pony Deal, Pete Spence, Frank Stillwell, and the rumored Curly Bill, trekked southbound to Eureka, where they'd enact revenge for their former wrestling mates. Back in Hachita Valley, legends go that Brocius led the charge on the Hazlitt brothers. The posse of 10 to 15 vigilantes stormed the shop and cascaded the men with gunfire, all in cold blood. When the county sheriff was made aware of the slangs, they could find no witnesses to corroborate the tales of vengeance, let alone testimony that Curly Bill himself was responsible. The second of the two events was the 1881 Skeleton Canyon Massacre, happening in the same month as the Hazlitt brother brouhaha. Again, as the dog days of summer in July of '81 torched the American Southwest, the lust for violence and larceny stayed true in Cochise County. It's said that on one lazy afternoon, Brocius learned of a silver transfer happening in Skeleton Canyon. The canyon is located on the modern-day border of Arizona and New Mexico, smack in the middle of the Pelanchillo mountain range. On this occasion, rumors swirled regarding a band of Mexican smugglers using the canyon to sneak their silver bullion loot from the Animas Valley into the San Simon Valley. It was the perfect place to intercept the fortune, and Curly Bill and company rode like lightning to Skeleton Canyon. A few days later, the 20 or so Cochise cowboys waylaid their Mexican counterparts. A few of the smugglers were gunned down, and at least $4,000 in stock and silver bullion were taken by the posse. According to some reports, the remaining vaqueros were tortured before the cowboys ran off back west. The following month, Curly Bill reportedly sold off some of the purloined Mexican cattle to Newman Old Man Clayton, a legendary Arizona farmer and a father of a few Cochise cowboys. It wouldn't remain in Old Man Clayton's possession for long, however, after he, Jim Crane, and a couple of other cowboys were ambushed by vengeful Mexican rurales, led by Captain Carrillo. The beef was then returned to Commandant Neri, and the event would go down in history as the Guadalupe Canyon Massacre. So, where was Curly Bill Brocius in all of the bloody aftermath? Despite reports of the nefarious outlaw delivering stolen Mexican beef to Clanton, it's highly improbable he actually took part in the Skeleton Canyon Massacre, or the Hazlitt brother murders to boot. For a man to be shot point blank in the face and ride like thunder into stormy acts of murder and thievery, it would take enormous amounts of gusto that not even a hardened desperado such as Curly Bill could achieve. The seeds to this doubt were actually planted all the way back on October 6, 1881. A member of an American Indian scouting party named George Parsons was passing through the McLaury Brothers Ranch near the Valley of Sulphur Springs when he spotted Brocius meandering about the property. According to Parsons' testimony, Brocius was obviously still recovering from his gunshot wounds to the cheek and neck just 6 weeks prior. While he could ride his mount, it was clear as day he wasn't 100%. Considering this interaction came over 4 months after the initial incident, it's more than fair to assume that he was unable to ride his horse, and let alone commit murder and theft in the open desert, just 6 weeks removed from being shot in the face. What cannot be denied is the criminal activity kept up by Curly Bill Brocius in the months after Parsons' run-in with the outlaw. Less than 3 months after the Old West defining gunfight at the OK Corral on October 26, 1881, Brocius was back to his stagecoach robbing ways. His injuries were well behind him, and his eyes were set on coming back as hungry as ever. On January 6, 1882, Curly Bill and a cohort of Cochise cowboys who survived the OK Corral ambushed a Tombstone Bisbee stagecoach and robbed it of all its wealth. The following day, on January 7th, their pull was twofold, as they struck gold a second time with an armed robbery of the Tombstone Benson stagecoach line. Back in Tombstone, Deputy U.S. Marshal Wyatt Earp had had enough of Curly Bill's calamity. The dust was still settling after the gunfight at the OK Corral, and long gone were the days of sympathy after the accidental death of Fred White. Determined to take the notorious cowboy down once and for all, he rounded up his finest lawmen, who weren't still recovering from their October 26th injuries. They gave chase through the Chiricahua Mountains, but to no avail. Brocius had escaped once again. He was almost out of luck, however, when he returned to Tombstone a couple of months later to find himself in the middle of a maelstrom. On March 17th, Curly Bill galloped back into town, and on March 18th, Morgan Earp was assassinated at the Campbell and Hatch billiard parlor. All eyes were locked on Brocius, who saw his untimely arrival as too much of a coincidence to be ignored. Marietta Duarte, the husband of fellow Cochise cowboy Pete Spence, would claim that she had direct knowledge of Curly Bill's involvement with Morgan Earp's death. Brocius vehemently denied the accusations. Regardless, William Brocius was arrested and stood trial alongside various cowboy participants who had also been accused. Unfortunately, for Wyatt and the rest of the Earp clan, though, the murder trial would quickly be all for naught. Judge Wells Spicer, overseeing the courtroom, had no choice but to throw away the testimony given by Marietta Duarte on an account of hearsay. Her words came outside of the trial and were not admissible in the court of law. Without any further evidence to pin the assassination of Morgan Earp on Brocius or any of the castaway cowboys, all charges were dropped. It appeared as if Curly Bill Brocius had his course charted for eternal freedom. Whether it was surviving close calls and gunfights, or avoiding almost certain hangings due to his prolific criminal activity, he just couldn't be put away for good. That is, until the day he was. A week after Curly Bill Brocius walked into the fires of Tombstone, and Morgan Earp was slain at the billiard parlor, his closest group of cowboy comrades retreated to the Whetstone Mountains for a leisurely excursion. Joining the outlaw at the wood camp were Pony Deal, Frank Patterson, Johnny Barnes, Bill Johnson, and both the notorious Hicks and Lyle brothers. On the evening of March 24th, 1882, the unsuspecting men were preparing a meal just off a wash at Iron Springs when they were discovered haphazardly by a cash transfer party, led by none other than Wyatt Earp himself. Wyatt, alongside Doc Holliday, Turkey Creek Johnson, Sherman McMaster, and Texas Jack Vermillion, were riding through the Whetstone Mountains to rendezvous with Charlie Smith at the Springs. Smith had a trove of cash in tow, tasked with delivering the money from Tombstone to Wyatt so that he may pay his Earp Vendetta Ride participants. Immediately upon seeing the riders reveal themselves on the edge of the wash, Curly Bill and the rest of the cowboys opened fire. Texas Jack's horse was shot and killed from the onset, but he stuck with Wyatt Earp even under the rain of gunfire. Turkey Creek Johnson, McMaster, and Holliday all found cover in the mountains, barely able to get a single shot off themselves. Despite being outnumbered 2-9, the Cochise Cowboys were no match for the legendary Wyatt Earp and Texas Jack Vermillion. Wyatt pulled a non-stop trigger, barraging the cowboys with bullets until a few of them scattered about the springs. A few of their shots pierced either side of Earp's long coat, as well as his boot heel and saddle horn. Earp dodged the bombardment enough to discharge his own pistol in the direction of a couple lingering outlaws. Milt Hicks was hit in the arm, while Johnny Barnes was dealt a shot to the chest. By that point, however, both sides were struggling to keep up with the earlier onslaught. Texas Jack's rifle had been lodged in the scabbard after his horse fell, and could only reach it if he wanted to risk being an open target for the cowboys. Holliday helped him retreat safely, while McMaster was nicked by a bullet before he could get away unscathed. The worst of the damage was done to McMaster's field glasses, of which the straps were sliced clean by the grazing bullet. But before the cowboys could fire their final rounds, Earp delivered the most resounding blow. Curly Bill was taking direct aim at the lawman, who just a year and a half earlier had protected him from lynch mobs in Pima County, and fired his shotgun from about 50 feet. Earp was missed, but his return fire wasn't as unlucky. Positioned from behind his own horse, Wyatt peered over with his own 10-gauge and fired buckshot directly into the gut of Curly Bill Brocius. The hit was so violent, it came close to severing the outlaw cowboy in two. Curly Bill could do nothing else but stumble backwards and fall into the Iron Springs, dead at last. After the demise of William Brocius, Earp and Company were forced to retreat for good. Wyatt struggled mightily to remount, but after removing the loose belt of rounds falling from his hip, he successfully hopped on his horse and led the Vendetta riders back down the Whetstone Mountains. The fate of Curly Bill's corpse is a hotly contested debate by historians, with many unsure exactly who removed the body of William Brocius and where they ended up placing it. Some corners of Old West academia believe Brocius was actually taken away by Wyatt Earp in the aftermath of the Earp Vendetta Ride. This theory is born from the testimony of Fred J. Dodge, who worked as an undercover detective contracted out of Tombstone by Wells Fargo. Dodge once told a story of how in the days following the fall of Curly Bill at Iron Springs, he went to Charleston, Arizona. The settlement was notorious for its Cochise County cowboy activity, rumored to be the unofficial headquarters for the association. There, Dodge met with J.B. Ayers, whose saloon was frequented by Brocius and his Clanton gang cronies. Ayers then played a game of telephone with the undercover operative, telling him that he heard secondhand from the survivors at Iron Springs that Curly Bill's body was picked up by Wyatt Earp. Apparently, Earp returned to the wash where he had killed Brocius later that night and scooped up the corpse undetected. Then, he took the body to Frank Patterson's ranch on the Babo Kamari River, where he buried Curly Bill once and for all. Another Wyatt Earp scholar, John Flood, had a much different interpretation of the Iron Springs fallout. He believes the surviving Cochise cowboys were the ones to return to the mountain spring and collect their fallen outlaw's corpse. However, Flood does place his burial location around the same spot as Dodge, on the banks of the Babakamari. Rather than Frank Patterson's ranch, though, he says it was somewhere on the property owned by Frank Stillwell, who himself had been avenged by Wyatt Earp for possibly killing his brother Morgan. Because the clandestine grave of Curly Bill Brocius has never been uncovered, a third theory has emerged in the decades since his showdown with Wyatt Earp. Albeit a much more maligned and disagreed upon idea, some still believe Brocius somehow survived, his torso nearly being severed. These theories stem from twin articles published in rival newspapers, the Tombstone Nugget and the Tombstone Epitaph. The Nugget offered up to $1,000 if anyone could turn in evidence to prove Brocius had lived. The Epitaph saw their bounty and doubled it, offering up $2,000 for the same return. The rewards were never cashed in. Without an official proof of death, many minds have wondered over the years. Could Brocius have actually survived such an ordeal? The common answer is no. Maybe he was able to crawl through the springs and disappeared off the embankment, decomposing where no one would ever find him. He certainly was far too hurt to get up and walk away under his own power, let alone ride into civilization where a doctor could tend to his mortal wounds. Some wonder if his double shotgun blows weren't as deadly as Wyatt Earp claimed them to be, as he was well known to exaggerate his feats on the frontier. This would have given him a better chance at waiting out the retreat of lawmen and escaping when the coast was clear. However, this is still considered unlikely. It's important to point out that up until his death, Brocius never showed signs of quitting life as an outlaw. He had escaped the clutches of the law and skated through so many close calls and gunfights. It was obvious to everyone he'd only go away once his heart stopped pumping. Technically, Curly Bill was not an officially wanted man in the Arizona territory. He simply had enemies in local law enforcement, and an especially vitriol-fueled hatred held against him by the Earp family. There was no reason to disappear, and surely, had he lived to tell the tale, he would have re-emerged in some fashion. The only place he had any connections to, as an adult, was Texas, but Wyatt Earp seemed sure that he was still wanted for murder in the Lone Star State. We'll probably never know the exact whereabouts of the body of one William Curly Bill Brocius, but regardless of gravesite, his legacy remains the same. He'll always be the cutthroat, booze-happy, hardened cowboy outlaw he aspired to be since arriving in Cochise County in 1878. His status as the leader of the short-lived Clanton Gang, his mysterious involvement with the assassination of Morgan Earp, and the controversy surrounding his death all fuel the fire of his historical fascination for years to come. He may not have been anything more than a common horse thief, a hapless burglar, and a bloodthirsty desperado. But one thing cannot be denied. The story of the Wild West isn't complete without the chapter of Curly Bill Brocius. The term gunfighter is used heavily in discussions of the Wild West. This is despite the word being a general phrase meant to describe a number of professions on the western frontier. It could reference ranchers and cowboy archetypes you see in artistic representations of the time period. It could also relate to polar opposites. Both lawmen and outlaws alike were forms of gunfighters, always armed and ready for a show, either for the greater good or the selfish bad. Even folks stuck with the labels of conman and gambler were referred to generally as gunfighters. Of all the professions spanning all the industries, the most fascinating subgroup of gunfighters were the bounty hunters, men dispatched by both the government and powerful entities to venture out across the land in search of wanted outlaws. While bounty hunting wasn't as popular a career as many Hollywood films would suggest, it was a way for some of the most experienced and isolated gunfighters to make a living, while using their talents to the best of their abilities. To cover these intriguing and incendiary figures of Western frontier lore, here's the next video in our series of both famous and infamous bounty hunters, continuing with the legendary assassin and title-winning sharpshooter, James Deacon Jim Miller. sometimes better known by his hired hand sobriquet, Killer Miller. James Brown Miller was born on October 25, 1861, in Van Buren, Arkansas. His youth was a turbulent era of misfortune, marked by several extraordinary events that shaped his path as a bounty hunter. Miller's early years were marked by family migrations. When he was just 1 year old, his parents relocated to Franklin, Texas, leaving behind their Arkansas roots. His father, Jacob Miller, a skilled stonemason, played a role in constructing the very first Capitol building in Austin, Texas, a testament to his family's contributions to the burgeoning state. Unfortunately, tragedy struck when Jacob passed away, leaving his wife, Cynthia Basham Miller, to raise their son. Cynthia made the difficult decision to move the family to Evont, Texas, where her parents resided. However, their peaceful life in this new location took a dark turn in 1869. 8-year-old James Brown Miller found himself at the center of a disturbing incident when his grandparents were discovered murdered in their home. Shockingly, Miller was arrested in connection with the crime, but he was never prosecuted. The circumstances surrounding the murders and Miller's involvement remain shrouded in mystery and speculation, with no conclusive evidence ever confirming his guilt. Deacon Jim's life took yet another dark turn in 1884, marking a pivotal moment in his journey from troubled beginnings to a notorious figure in the annals of Western history. Following the loss of his father and the arrest related to his grandparents' murders, Miller's life took a new course. His sister Georgia and her husband, John Thomas Coop, extended a lifeline to him by inviting him to their farm at Plum Creek near Gatesville, Texas. By the time of the 1880 census, James was listed as 19 years old and residing in Coryell County, Texas, alongside his siblings and their widowed mother. It appeared that he was on the path to a more stable existence within the family setting. However, a tragic and fatal altercation would soon disrupt the semblance of normalcy. On July 30th, 1884, an argument between Miller and his brother-in-law, John Coop, culminated in violence. Miller shot and killed Coop with a shotgun, while the latter was sleeping on his own porch. The murder sent shockwaves throughout the community and cast a dark shadow over Miller's already troubled history. Following his arrest for the murder, Miller faced a trial that ended in his conviction and a life sentence in prison. It seemed as though his past actions had finally caught up with him, and justice was finally being served. However, as fate would have it, Miller's attorneys seized on a technicality, taking the case to the Texas Court of Appeals. There, the conviction was overturned, and James Brown Miller found himself once again escaping the grasp of the law. Later into the 1880s, Jim Miller's journey into the world of bounty hunting took a peculiar turn. Miller, previously known as a hired hand and a cowboy, was arrested and disarmed by a young San Saba deputy sheriff named D. Harkey. This encounter marked a significant turning point in Miller's life, as it brought him into the orbit of law enforcement. Deputy Sheriff D. Harkey would later become one of the most famous lawmen of the West, showcasing the fluid boundaries between those who upheld the law and those who operated on its fringes in the Old West. After this initial encounter, Miller ventured into McCulloch County, where he found work as a cowboy on the ranch of Emanuel Mannon Clements Sr. Interestingly, Clements was a violent man and the older cousin of the notorious outlaw John Wesley Hardin. During his time at the Clements Ranch, Miller developed close relationships with Emanuel's son, Emanuel Manny Clements Jr., and Mannon's daughter, Sally. Eventually, Jim Miller and Sally Clements would marry in McCulloch County on February 15, 1888. Together, the couple would go on to have 4 children. One of the most intriguing aspects of Jim Miller's story is his evolution as a hardened killer. The incident involving Deputy Sheriff D. Harkey marked his entry into the world of law enforcement, but Miller's methods and reputation would soon take on a distinctive character that resembled more of a violent desperado. It is during this period that Miller adopted his signature style, wielding a shotgun to confront his targets, an approach that would later become infamous. The shooting of Ballinger City Marshal Joe Townsend is a notable instance of this style, with Townsend being ambushed and severely wounded. Although Townsend survived, the encounter between he and Miller resulted in the amputation of his arm. In the wake of his arrest and disarming by Deputy Sheriff D. Harkey, Jim Miller's life took yet another dark turn. He soon found himself collaborating with an unnamed outlaw gang in San Saba County, Texas, where they embarked on a spree of robbing trains and stagecoaches, often leaving death in their wake. Simultaneously, Miller diversified his ventures by investing in a saloon in San Saba, showcasing the entrepreneurial spirit that was not uncommon among those living on the frontier. However, it is his new career as an assassin that stands out as a particularly striking facet of his life. Miller openly declared his willingness to murder for financial gain, with reports suggesting that his price ranged from $150 to $2,000, a substantial sum for the time. Jim Miller's notoriety as an assassin was built on his ability to get the job done swiftly and efficiently. He adopted the aforementioned signature style, often employing a shotgun to ambush his targets under the cover of night. This method set him apart from the fast-draw gunfighters who were prevalent in the Old West, emphasizing his preference for cold-blooded efficiency over showmanship. What makes Jim Miller's story even more intriguing is his outward demeanor. Despite his grim and nefarious profession, he presented himself as a mild-mannered and respectable individual. He was known for his impeccably well-dressed appearance, often sporting a white shirt with a stiff collar, a stick pin in his lapel, a diamond ring, and a heavy frock coat, even in scorching weather. Jim Miller's dual life as a devout Methodist who attended church and read the Bible earned him the nickname Deacon Jim. His affable nature and politeness endeared him to the townspeople, demonstrating how appearances could be deceiving in the Wild West. It is these contradictions that make Miller's story a compelling example of the intricate and ever-shifting roles and identities of gunfighters in the Old West. And maybe the biggest contradiction of Miller's entire life, his time spent as a lawman, a facade to cover up his career as a hitman, was just about to begin. the prisoner to silence him, fearing the knowledge the man possessed regarding stolen mules. Gunfighter, and John Denson, another member of the Hart family. They were joined by a man named Con Gibson overheard the plan while at a local saloon. Alarmed by the impending danger, he place in front of Zimmer's blacksmith shop on December 26, 1894. The history of threat Following his departure from Pecos, Killin' Jim Miller made his way to Memphis in the Texas Panhandle. There, he ventured into running a saloon where he openly boasted about his numerous murders, highlighting the audacity with which he flaunted his criminal activities. It's also reported that he worked as a part-time deputy sheriff once again, and in August 1898, he was allegedly appointed as a Texas Ranger for a brief period. However, the veracity of this claim remains uncertain, with many counts suggesting that Miller was merely masquerading in these roles. Subsequently, Miller found himself serving in Hall County, where he was involved in the killing of a man in the neighboring county of Collingsworth while performing his duties. By the turn of the century, Miller and his wife Sally had relocated to Fort Worth. While Sally managed a boarding house with assistance from their older children, their infamous assassin father delved into real estate and achieved financial success. However, the lure of killing continued to haunt Miller, demonstrating a stark contrast between his prosperity and his choice to persist in his career as a professional killer. It was in El Paso that Miller took his audacity to new heights, openly advertising himself as a professional killer for hire. This dark turn of events coincided with the ongoing sheep wars, a violent conflict between sheepmen and cattlemen, which Jim Miller eagerly capitalized on. He offered his services to the cattlemen, taking on jobs to kill sheepmen, often eliminating as many as a dozen men for a mere $150 per cold body. In the summer of 1902, Jim Miller asserted that he had apprehended 3 individuals who were allegedly stealing cattle in Ward County. With his trusty Winchester rifle in hand, he swiftly dispatched 2 of the culprits, while the third, though wounded, managed to cling to his horse and escape, disappearing into the rugged landscape. Furthermore, the era was marked by numerous feuds centered around land disputes and fencing, with cattlemen opposing the farmers who encroached on their territory. Miller readily aligned with the cattlemen once more, taking on the role of a hired gun to eliminate the farmers who dared to fence their land. During this dark chapter, Miller coldly ended the life of lawyer James Jarrett on August 28, 1902. Jarrett had taken up the defense of local farmers near Lubbock, who were engaged in a bitter dispute with cattle ranchers over the construction of fences on their properties. The ranchers firmly believed that these fences disrupted the grazing patterns of their cattle and chose to take the matter to court. In a disturbing turn of events, these ranchers sought Jim Miller's services to eliminate Jarrett, offering him a sum of $500 for the sinister task. On the day of reckoning, Miller cornered Jarrett as he was watering his horses near his farm. In the grim confrontation that ensued, Miller had to discharge his firearm 4 times to finally subdue Jarrett. His chilling assessment of the murder echoed the ruthless character of the Old West. "He was the hardest damn man to kill I ever tackled." In 1904, Jim Miller became entangled in a similarly sinister plot when he accepted a contract to assassinate Frank Foer, an individual with whom he had been involved in real estate dealings in Fort Worth. However, Frank Foer stood out as an upright businessman who posed a significant threat to Miller's illicit schemes. Foer had determined to bring Miller's deceptive practices to the attention of a grand jury, specifically concerning the sale of submerged lots in the Gulf of Mexico. On March 10th of that year, Jim Miller relentlessly pursued his target, tracking him to the Westbrook Hotel. To complicate matters further for Miller, Frank Foer was accompanied by 3 other lawmen, Dee Harkey, Jinx Clark, and Tom Coggins. Despite the presence of these 3 law enforcement figures, Miller managed to separate Foer from the trio as they remained in the hotel's lobby. In a cold and calculated act, he ambushed Foer in a restroom on the upper floor. As the commotion of the incident drew the crowd of onlookers, a shocking scene unfolded. Jim Miller, with tears in his eyes, fell over Frank Foer's lifeless body and uttered a chilling proclamation. "I did everything I could to keep him from reaching for his gun. This attempt to cast the killing as an act of self-defense was as disconcerting as the murder itself. Following the shooting, Miller sought to surrender to D. Harkey, one of the lawmen present during the fatal encounter. However, Harkey refused to partake in Miller's surrender, further complicating the already convoluted situation. Jinx Clark and Tom Coggins, the other two lawmen on the scene, would later corroborate Miller's claim of self-defense, creating a cloud of uncertainty around the circumstances of the killing. Despite the efforts to justify his actions, Frank Foer succumbed to his injuries on March 13, 1904, and Deacon Jim was acquitted for the umpteenth time. Jim Miller's relentless pursuit of violence and mayhem then took him to Indian Territory in 1906, where he set his sights on the small town of Orr, Oklahoma, situated in the Chickasaw Nation. In Orr, a U.S. Deputy Marshal named Ben Collins served a dual role as an Indian policeman. However, a dark cloud loomed over Collins, as several years prior, he had attempted to apprehend a man named Port Pruitt, a prominent figure in Emmett, Oklahoma. The attempted arrest had taken a tragic turn when Collins fired his weapon, leaving Pruitt partially paralyzed. The incident had far-reaching consequences, as Port Pruitt and his brother publicly vowed vengeance against Ben Collins. Port had initially engaged with another gunman by offering him $500 for the task. However, this hired gun accepted a $200 advance, revealing the threat to Collins and promptly departing the territory. In the absence of their first choice, Port and his brother turned to the notorious Killer Jim Miller, offering him a substantial sum of $1,800 to deal with their sworn enemy. On August 1st, 1906, as Ben Collins was riding near his farm, a deadly load of buckshot struck him, violently dislodging him from his horse in front of his home, with his wife as a helpless witness to the horrific scene. Despite the dire circumstances, the determined lawman managed to discharge 4 rounds from his weapon while on the ground, but he could not prevent another shotgun blast that tore through his face. The brutal attack on Ben Collins triggered a thorough investigation, quickly pointing to Jim Miller as the chief suspect, alongside another individual simply known as Washmood. Miller found himself under arrest once again and briefly detained in jail, only to be released on bail in a familiar pattern. However, before Miller could stand trial, a chilling sequence of events unfolded. Any potential witnesses who could testify against him met untimely deaths, silencing their voices forever. With a glaring absence of witnesses and evidence, the prosecution's case ultimately crumbled, making another instance where Jim Miller evaded the long arm of the law. Miller's name also resurfaced in connection with the controversial death of Pat Garrett, an event that unfolded on February 28, 1908. The circumstances surrounding Garrett's demise were shrouded in suspicion, with allegations pointing to a land dispute as the motive behind the killing. Some accounts even suggested that Miller had orchestrated the murder, possibly by hiring a hitman himself. Despite the gossip, though, it is improbable that Miller directly played a role in Garrett's death, as subsequent revelations would suggest. Wayne Brazel eventually confessed to the crime, shedding light on the true culprits behind the assassination. Moreover, Carl Adamson, who happened to be married to a cousin of Sally Miller, was in the company of Pat Garrett at the time of the fatal incident. This association led to rumors implicating Jim Miller in the murder. Despite the swirling rumors and associations, the consensus among most historians is that Pat Garrett's killing transpired without Jim Miller's direct involvement. The intricacies of the Old West and its complex web of personal and professional relationships often blurred the lines of responsibility, making it challenging to definitively assign blame for such events. December 29th, 1908, marked a turning point in Jim Miller's tumultuous journey through the Old West. On that fateful day, his longtime confidant and partner in crime, Emmanuel Manny Clements Jr., met his tragic end during a violent altercation in an El Paso, Texas saloon. Manny's death left Miller consumed by a thirst for vengeance, a desire he was undoubtedly prepared to act upon. However, fate had other plans, as Miller found himself presented with a lucrative offer, a sum of $1,700 to assassinate former U.S. Marshal Allen Augustus Gus Bobbitt in Ada, Oklahoma. Just a few months prior, Ada was a bustling town, renowned as a thriving center for cotton commerce. Yet, beneath its facade of prosperity, Ada harbored a dark and violent reputation. In 1908 alone, a staggering 36 lives were claimed by acts of violence in the town. Gus Bobbitt had retired from his position as a U.S. Deputy Marshal following Oklahoma's statehood the previous year, opting to relocate to a ranch near Roth, Oklahoma. Despite his retirement, Bobbitt remained vocal about his strong opinions regarding local affairs, and particularly those riddled with corruption and exploitation. One troubling practice that Bobbitt condemned was known as Indian skinning. This unethical scheme involved taking advantage of Native Americans, who had been granted 160 acres of land each in exchange for their reservation territory. Oklahoma law stipulated that any sale of such land to non-Native Americans required the approval of the county court judge. Nevertheless, unscrupulous opportunists capitalized on the situation, often getting Native Americans drunk and acquiring their 160-acre plots for as little as $50. Appalled by the injustices occurring before his eyes, Gus Bobbitt chose to shine a light on these reprehensible acts and agitated for meaningful change in the town's elected offices and the broader county. His advocacy, however, brought him into direct conflict with those who profited handsomely from the status quo. Fearing the erosion of their ill-gotten gains, these influential figures turned to the notorious Jim Miller, a man known for resolving problems with ruthless efficiency. In April, Jim Miller, accompanied by Jesse West, Joe Allen, and Barry B. Burrell, faced arrest for their involvement in the murder of Gus Bobbitt. By April 6, 1909, all these co-conspirators had been incarcerated in Ada, Oklahoma. Despite the widely acknowledged fact that Miller and his associates had perpetuated Bobbitt's murder as a part of a contract killing, the physical evidence was far from conclusive. The residents of Ada were acutely aware that the case against these four suspects lacked the robustness required for a conviction, leaving the unsettling prospect of their acquittal looming. Their concerns were heightened by a recent case in which a man named Stevenson, previously implicated in the November 3, 1907 murder of Town Marshal Rudolph Cathy in Pauls Valley, Oklahoma, had been acquitted of murder charges. Faced with this perceived injustice, some individuals decided to take matters into their own hands. A determined lynch mob, variously reported by local publications as numbering 200, a number that more than likely sat between 30 to 40, executed their plan. In the quiet hours of the morning, on April 19, 1909, they forcefully breached the jail's defenses. Once inside, the mob seized the four suspects, forcibly relocating them to an abandoned livery stable situated behind the jail. While Jim Miller maintained an aura of stoicism, the other three reportedly implored for clemency. The captives were then bound with baling wire, their fates sealed as ropes were draped over the sturdy rafters above. Jim Miller, standing at the precipice of his demise, expressed two final wishes. He requested that his precious diamond ring be bestowed upon his wife, and that he be allowed to wear his signature black hat during his hanging. These requests were granted. Miller further inquired about being hanged in his cherished black frock coat, a plea that went unanswered. The execution commenced with Miller's companions meeting their grim fate first. Subsequently, the vigilantes demanded that Miller admit to his litany of crimes. And in response, he purportedly declared, "Let the record show that I've killed 51 men." With these chilling words, he followed with, "Let her rip," and voluntarily stepped off the wooden platform supporting his noose. The lifeless bodies of all 4 men dangled from their ropes for several hours, waiting for a photographer to capture the haunting spectacle. These photographs were later sold to curious tourists in Ada, serving as a macabre memento of the chilling event. Jim Miller's mortal remains were eventually repatriated to Texas, where he found his final resting place in the Oakwood Cemetery in Fort Worth. Following his death, a respected citizen offered a succinct and unvarnished assessment of Miller. "He was just a killer, the worst man I ever knew." This sentiment encapsulates the essence of James Brown Miller, dispelling any illusions about his character. Far from a virtuous deacon, he was a cold-blooded killer, forever etched in history as Killin' Jim or Killer Miller. His legacy, uncompromising and ruthless, epitomizes the essence of an Old West bounty hunter. John Contant was born to parents Jacob Contant and Maria Bone in Mankato, Minnesota on May 27, 1861. His brother, George Contant, followed 3 years later on April 10, 1864. After George's birth, their father passed away, and their mother remarried a man named Matthias Sontag, a veteran of the Union Army. The boys adopted their stepfather's last name, with George switching back and forth between that and his birth name Contant over the course of his life. The family resided in Mankato for a while. During this time, George worked as a train brakeman before moving to Nebraska, where he found a job in a grocery store. This was a brief employment, as it didn't take long before George embezzled money from his employer and ended up in a state prison. After serving about a year, George escaped with another inmate. Wearing their prison uniforms, they robbed a store the same night and obtained civilian outfits before vanishing. Despite this, George was eventually apprehended and returned to prison on his own, completing his sentence until he was released in 1887. John Sontag moved to Los Angeles, California in 1878 and became a brakeman for the Southern Pacific Railroad. He sustained an injury on the job in Fresno after getting one of his legs crushed during a routine railcar coupling. John grew resentful towards his employer, accusing them of consistent poor treatment during his recovery. According to the soon-to-be rail worker turned outlaw, Southern Pacific provided no aid in the treatment of his wounds, nor did they rehire John even after he submitted proof he was able to return to work. Around the same time, he started working for a man called Christopher Evans, a farmer settled outside of Visalia, California. Evans would ultimately become a key to unlocking the Sontag Brothers' criminal enterprise, fulfilling the role of the long-lost sibling. He may have not been related by blood, but was certainly related by creed. Chris Evans, known for his distinctive long beard, was seen as a diligent and trustworthy farmer, and his family was both well-regarded and highly respected by local folk. Underneath the mask of pleasantries, Evans also harbored a grievance against Southern Pacific Railroad, refusing to hide how he truly felt. Evans would let his temper boil over when it came to the increasing freight rates by the company. He despised Southern Pacific for their role in the Muscle Slough tragedy, credulous that they would continue aggravating and abusing local landowners until they gave up and sold their land to the railroad. This shared resentment led him and John Sontag to plot revenge, while also hoping to make some quick cash. Maneuvering under the moonlight of January 21st, 1889, Evans and Sontag got on a train at a station close to the town of Goshen in Tulare County. After traveling a short distance, they donned masks, hopped over to the engine, and and forced the engineer to halt the train. They then moved to the express car, where they easily took about $600 before making their getaway. A few hitched horses were waiting nearby, awaiting to take the newfound train robbers back to their ranch. When the smoke cleared, they returned to Visalia the following day. On February 22nd, they repeated their crime step by step by boarding a train at Pixley, California. Using the same method as in Goshen, they carried out another successful robbery. This time, they stole $5,000, which they used to open a livery stable in Modesto. However, the stable was later destroyed in a fire, suspected to be arson. The days of living an adversary-free life were now over. In May 1891, John Sontag traveled back home to Mankato, Minnesota, to visit his now cage-free brother. During his visit, John revealed to George that he had been involved in robbing a couple of trains. George wasn't quite yet moved to join his brother in this new get-rich-quick scheme, but the seeds to the idea were officially planted. In June of '91, before heading back to California, John told George about a plan he and Chris Evans had to rob a train at Ceres in Stanislaus County. George was the brains of the operation early on, detecting potential weak points and concocting strategies based on locations of the railroad. Soon thereafter, John and Evans attempted the robbery, using dynamite to blow up the express car. Detective Len Harris from the Southern Pacific Company was also on board at the time and began shooting at Evans, who fired back with plenty of buckshot. Despite the gunfight, no one was seriously hurt, but the two bandits fled to Modesto empty-handed. John then returned to Mankato to share the story with George and asked yet again for a directive on which train to target in that area. After considering the options, George chose train number 3, scheduled to leave Chicago at night and make a stop at Western Union Junction. They sent their families to Racine, Wisconsin, and then staked out at Western Union Junction for train number 3 in the evening hours of November 5th, 1891. The robbers hid near the engine as the train came to a stop. After traveling a few miles, they climbed over the top, pointing pistols at the engineer and firemen. The bandits demanded they stop the train and forced them to go to the express car. They took $9,800 without a second's trouble and returned to their hideout in Racine. John then decided that George would go to Visalia to meet with Chris Evans, with John following him at a later date. Upon arriving, George found Evans serving as a juror in a misdemeanor court case. Seeing Evans in the jury box with his serious expression and long beard, George knew he'd found the right man. George left the courtroom and rendezvoused at the Evans family abode. When Chris Evans arrived for lunch, he and George had an in-depth discussion about future plans regarding their newfound criminal empire. George lent Evans $200, and the next cog in the wheel was in place. After a few months, George Sontag eventually fell ill, setting back the upcoming sting. He went back home on April 24th, 1892, and left John and Evans twiddling thumbs. In the meantime, John returned to California and wrote to George, asking if there were any promising chances at a hit out east. Like he always did, George pinpointed a potential match and planned a robbery on train number 1 from Omaha at Kasota Junction. Chris Evans traveled east to join him, and after George healed up, he and Evans attempted the heist on the night of July 1st, 1892. While George broke and battered his way into the express car, the money was nowhere to be found, leaving them with barren pockets. John stayed in California while George informed him via letter that he would head to Fresno, California, with Evans following suit. They decided their days of profitless robberies were behind them. From there on out, they had to be sure their wallets would be heavier coming out than going in. On August 1st, 1892, the Sontag Brothers and Evans met in Fresno. They decided to rob passenger train number 17, traveling the San Francisco to Los Angeles route, and planned to intercept it at Collis, not far from Fresno. They set the night of August 3rd for the job. The plan was, Evans would walk along a country road until George and John picked him up in a nondescript buggy. Then, the outlaw trio would all ride to Collis, together but in staggered formation. When the train stopped, Evans and George would hop in, hide near the front, and adorn their iconic masks. Everything started out according to plan. Once the train was moving, they traversed over to the engine and demanded the engineer stop the locomotive. John stayed off the train, waiting at a pre-arranged spot with the buggy. George forced the fireman and engineer at gunpoint to the express car, where Evans laid dynamite to blow the door down. The Wells Fargo messenger surrendered, and George took 3 sacks of money, instructing the fireman and messenger to carry them. They headed back to the lead car, where Evans had already prevented any further movement with dynamite. After leading the captives a short distance, the bandits ordered them to release the money and return to their positions. George and Evans then met John at the buggy, who drove George to Fresno's outskirts, who then caught a train to Visalia, the same one they had just robbed. It had been delayed by the explosion repairs, the final key to the outlaws' success. On board, George happily eavesdropped on the passengers recounting the train robbery they had just witnessed. John and Evans eventually arrived in Visalia by buggy and immediately went to their barn to inspect the loot, only to find they had pulled in just $500, with the rest being loose coins of Mexican and Peruvian origin. Unfortunately for them, a lackluster purse and a few South American pieces were the least of their worries. The heat was officially on, and a years-long chase was about to get underway. The Sontag brothers and Chris Evans were a confident bunch. In their minds, not even the finest gunslinging lawmen of all the frontier could pin the 3 desperados down. And for a while, it seemed they might be right, in the most thrilling way possible. While in Fresno preparing for the final heist, George Sontag's behavior drew suspicion. The team of horses the brother bandits used was recognized as belonging to John Sontag and Christopher Evans, leading people to believe George knew more about the robbery than he was letting on, even though the evidence was not strong enough to accuse him outright. Consequently, one Deputy Sheriff Whitty and one Detective George Smith visited Chris Evans' home and told George they had heard he was on the train during the holdup and asked him to come to the sheriff's office for questioning. After a thorough interrogation, George Sontag was arrested. Deputy Whitty and Detective Smith then paid another visit to Evans' house. As they approached, they saw John Sontag entering the home. Upon arrival, they asked Evans' daughter if they could speak to John. She claimed he was not home, likely following quick instructions passed on by the elder Sontag brother. The lawman went inside and asked Evans where John was. When Evans feigned ignorance, one of the investigators moved a curtain and found John holding a shotgun. As the deputy and detective reached for their 6-shooters, Evans also produced a shotgun. Realizing they were outgunned, the lawman fled. Instead of giving chase, John fired at Smith but missed. Evans chased Whitty and fired at least 1 round on target, seriously wounding the deputy. When Whitty collapsed, Evans aimed his pistol at the injured man, but did not shoot again as Whitty begged for his life. Evans and Sontag went back inside, gathered a few boxes of bullets, and lifted the officer's buggy. They seemingly returned to Evans' home that night to plot their ultimate escape. The next day, on August 5th, 1892, a posse of lawmen involving Oscar Beaver, Charles Hall, W.H. Fox, and a mysterious individual called Mr. Overall surrounded the house at 1:30 in the afternoon. Oscar Beaver witnessed the scrambling outlaws remove the horse and buggy from the stable and demanded they stop in their tracks at once. The bandits couldn't be bothered, and both parties started shooting. Beaver was hit with a load of buckshot and fell to the ground in a heap, immediately pronounced deceased. The local sheriff, Sheriff Cunningham, and another posse of detectives heard the gunfire from across town. They rode like mad to the house, but by then, it was too late. The Sontag brothers got away yet again, and the entire frontier was now on high alert. All was quiet on the western plains until the 13th of September, 1892. Two Native American trackers formed a posse with a ragtag team of local lawmen, including the brother of Sheriff Whitty, Al Whitty, along with Detective Smith, the Constable Warren Hill, and two men called Y. McGinnis from Modesto and Vic Wilson from El Paso, Texas. The gang of gunslingers approached a structure known at the time as Young's Cabin. It was a widely believed theory that the three bandits were camouflaged somewhere in the area. However, it wasn't expected they'd be in the cabin itself. It's why it came as a surprise to the posse when Evans and John fired from within. They shot both Vic Wilson and Y. McGinnis dead, while Al Whitty took a bullet to the neck. The mount belonging to the Constable Hill was killed in action, and as the dust was settling, the outlaws slipped through the cracks. A month later, on October 25th, George stood trial for the train robbery in Collis. The jury found the younger Sontag brother guilty, coming to the conclusion in less than 2 hours. It was clear George was in the wrong, and a swift sentencing of life behind bars at the prison in Folsom soon followed. Meanwhile, John Sontag and Chris Evans remained elusive from pursuing lawmen. It didn't matter how many bounty hunters, Pinkerton operatives, or local sheriff deputies joined the case. The Sontag brothers knew exactly where the exit door was at all times. It seemed as if they were inventing new ways to go invisible. It was rumored at the time that there was a network of other criminals or sympathetic parties aiding the desperados in between robberies. John and Evans would often slink away into the mountains when it got too hot, receiving a warm meal and a place to sleep from anonymous sources. The common folk of the valleys were no different, harboring ill will towards the railroad monopolies and autocratic powers that be. They saw nothing wrong with what Evans and his Sontag brethren were doing. In their eyes, the railway companies and the hardened men who attempted to protect them deserved to sweat a little. Unfortunately for them, the exhausted lawmen were reaching the end of their chase, and John and Evans were reaching the end of their rope. Hope is temporal, and in the end, no one escapes death, not even the greats. It was an arid summer day on June 11th, 1893, in Visalia, California. Another posse with dying hopes of finding the final two bandits were scouring a corral on the outskirts of town. United States Marshal George E. Guard, the leader of the bunch, was joined by Deputy Sheriff Rappeljay of Fresno, California, along with two skilled gunfighters, Tom Burns and Fred Jackson. As the four horsemen stalked the Visalia corral, one of the badged Flatfoots spotted two men descending a nearby hill. Alerting the others, Guard and company watched as none other than John Sontag and Chris Evans walked directly into view, maneuvering around an abandoned home at the edge of the corral. Before they could fire the first shot, however, Evans caught wind of the impending ambush and drew his six-shooter in the blink of an eye. He spent a few rounds, firing first at Deputy Rappeljay, before spraying aimlessly as Fred Jackson fired back. Jackson quickly found his target, hitting both Sontag and Evans more than once. Somehow, some way, the two bandits got away in a heaping bloody mess, albeit for the final time. On June 12th, a man called E.H. Perkins contacted the jailhouse in Visalia. He had made quite the discovery earlier that morning. A man fitting John Sontag's description was laying half-consciously against a straw stack near Perkins' abode. This was 19 miles northeast of town. The elder Sontag dragged himself across hundreds of acres of the San Joaquin Valley floor until he quite literally could not move an inch more. Yet another gang of law enforcement arrived at the scene, with much more haste than before. John was about as dead as a living man could be, but it wasn't about preventing another manhunt. No, these lawmen wanted the legacy that would come with being the lucky fellow who captured John Sontag once and for all. The reward money wasn't such a bad consolation prize either. Another day passed, and on June 13th, Chris Evans made himself known at the Perkins residence as well. The aforementioned Al Whitty, along with Sheriff William Hall and Deputy Joe Carroll, made the ultimate arrest. Evans put up zero fight. He'd lost too much blood, and new handcuffs were his only ticket to survival. Meanwhile, the imprisoned George Sontag was concocting his own plot to break free from the shackles at Folsom and return to the runaway life with his brother and best friend. While he hadn't yet learned the fates of his fellow freebooters, it didn't take long for George to draw up his course of action. George shared his escape scheme with fellow inmate Frank Williams, who was serving a life sentence. Williams suggested that if Sontag could arrange for someone to supply the necessary weapons, he had a contact whose specialty was smuggling arms into Folsom. The contact, known simply as Mr. Johnson, was actually William Fredericks. Fredericks had recently been let out of Folsom after serving time for raiding the Mariposa stagecoach line, and would later be hanged for killing a cashier during a failed daytime robbery at the San Francisco Savings Union Bank. In a confession on March 24, 1894, Fredericks admitted to an investigator called Detective Seymour that he had supplied the weapons and ammunition for the escape attempt. He had concealed the guns in a blanket and dropped them in a prison quarry. Fredericks had stolen 2 rifles from a Visalia saloon and bought the ammunition and a few other arms from a Sacramento depot. He had also promised to help the convicts flee by stationing himself at a forgotten stamp mill just down the road, with civilian clothes for the escapees to change into. That is, if they made it that far. Williams and Sontag devised a plan where Williams would write to Mr. Johnson, asking him to visit Mrs. Evans. Chris Evans' wife, while Sontag would also write to her, suggested the purpose of Mr. Johnson's visit. The original Sontag brothers had a code for their weapons. A pistol was called Betsy, and a sawed-off shotgun was known as Mr. Ballard. Sontag wrote the following letter. Dear Mrs. Evans, a very dear friend of mine named Mr. Johnson will call on you, and it is my wish that you treat him as you would me. Please introduce him to Betsy and Mr. Ballard, as he is a very nice man. Sincerely yours, George Sontag. Sontag and Williams then managed to win the trust of a clergyman who always came to pray with the convicts at Folsom, convincing him of their apparent remorse. The clergyman believed their criminal behavior was a result of their circumstances, rather than their true nature. Of course, when they asked him to mail the letters, he agreed, as the letters seemed innocent enough after he read them. However, Mrs. Evans declined to assist them. One of the other convicts included in the sting was Anthony Dalton, a Harvard College graduate who, despite his unthwarted intelligence and equally impressive street smarts, couldn't quite scratch the itch of being an outlaw. He was in the middle of a 20-year sentence after stealing weapons from a gun shop called Ladd's in San Francisco. In fact, Anthony Dalton already had jailbreaking experience. En route to serve his initial sentence in Folsom, Dalton drove through the window of the train car, moving at breakneck speeds. While his attempt was admirable, he didn't get far on his banged-up legs and found himself locked up in Folsom anyway. On June 27, 1893, at 3:30 p.m., Lieutenant of the Guards Frank Brary was seated near the prison quarry when George walked up to him. Since he was supposed to be in the stonecutter shed, located a quarter-mile away, the lieutenant asked, "What do you want here?" George replied, "Rock." As if responding to a signal word, Anthony Dalton came from behind and grabbed Brary as he said, "We want you." A slew of other inmates, such as Frank Williams, Charles Abbott, Hy Wilson, and Buckshot Smith, quickly joined in, using the lieutenant as a human shield. Williams demanded that Brary signal the prison guard named Prigmore, who manned a Gatling gun, to hold his fire. However, this signal wasn't given clearly, prompting Williams to fire a few rounds over Brary's head. It's unlikely he intended to kill Brary, as losing their shield would result in being gunned down by the countless guards surrounding them, weapons aimed at their heads. The revolting convicts, armed with rifles and knives, led the lieutenant up a hill, and when they reached the edge of a deep ravine, Brary jumped over, dragging Buckshot Smith with him. Both men quickly got back on their feet, and Smith attacked Brary with a hammer. Despite the assault, Brary managed to fight him off, and as he jumped over the cliff, the Gatling guns finally opened fire on Sontag and company. The rebellion tried to take cover behind a large rock, but it didn't protect them from all the fire and brimstone. Within moments, Williams, Dalton, and Wilson were fatally shot. Sontag and Abbott, both gushing, bleeding, and without recourse, used the corpses of their comrades as a shielding device. Realizing escape was impossible, they decided to surrender. They signaled by swinging a uniform hat on the end of a rifle barrel. At first, doctors gave George Sontag a slim chance at survival, assuming his bullet wounds to be mortal. But nothing was ever as it seemed with the Sontag brothers, and George would go on to prove his medics wrong. He recovered after a few painful months at the Folsom Hospital, and would spend the remainder of his life a cripple. A week after the busted Folsom jailbreak attempt, John Sontag died unceremoniously at the Fresno, California jailhouse. It's still debated to this day if he died from his original gunshot wounds or from the tetanus infection he incurred during his incarceration. He was buried at the local Calvary Cemetery, where he remains to this day. On November 28, 1893, the trial began for the murder of Vic Wilson, and Chris Evans sat squarely at the defendant's table. Before the jury was selected, George Sontag, from Folsom Prison, confessed to all his crimes, to the surprise of literally everyone. George had two motives for this. One motive came in the form of Chris Evans' wife. He said that Mrs. Evans had mistreated his mother when she came to care for his injured brother John, and had withheld the loot from the Collis robbery. The other motive was that George, forever crippled from his escape attempt, hoped to earn leniency by cooperating with authorities. George Sontag was transported from Folsom to Fresno on December 2nd to provide testimony against his former partner, Christopher Evans. Less than 2 weeks later, on December 14th, the jury found Evans guilty of murder, sentencing him to life in prison. Evans was held at the Fresno jail in the meantime, where his wife visited daily. He also had meals brought to him from Stock's restaurant, which he ate in the jail hallways and away from other prisoners. On December 28, 1893, around 6 p.m., Mrs. Evans was by her husband's side when the waiter, known as Morrill, arrived with Evans' usual order. Evans was allowed out of his cell to eat, as was the routine, and after the meal, Morrill called for the jailer, Ben Scott, to let him out. When Scott opened the door, Morrill threatened him with a knife, demanding he raise his hands. Initially thinking it was a joke, Scott eventually realized the seriousness when Evans pointed a smuggled six-shooter at him. Mrs. Evans tried to intervene, but her husband pushed her aside. and Scott, valuing his life, opened the door, allowing Evans and Morrill to escape. They forced Scott to accompany them and soon encountered ex-Fresno Mayor S.H. Cole. Evans threatened Cole with a revolver, forcing the mayor to accompany them too. Near the Adventist church, they encountered City Marshal John Morgan and his friend William Wyatt. Morrill again threatened them with a pistol, demanding they raise their hands. Marshal Morgan, known for his bravery, was overridden by shock and listened without protest. However, when Morrill began to frisk him, Morgan fought back, dispatching Morrill with Wyatt's help. Morrill pleaded for help from Evans, who was standing with Cole and Scott further back. Evans shot Morgan twice, causing him to collapse, while Wyatt ran for help. Morrill took Morgan's pistol, and he and Evans fled, attempting to use a nearby team of horses. Though the horses, startled by gunfire, bolted, forcing the fugitives to flee on foot instead. They commandeered a horse and cart from a delivery boy and managed to get away. Despite infrequent sightings across the San Joaquin Valley, the two men remained at large a little over a month until February 8, 1894, when a new police posse encountered them. A shootout ensued, but the outlaws escaped unscathed. On February 19th, the fugitives brazenly returned to their old stomping grounds in Visalia. Authorities were none the wiser and quickly surrounded the house with a fearsome force of at least 50 gunfighters by 3 o'clock in the morning. George and Evans were unaware of their situation until Sheriff Kay sent in George Morris, an innocent young boy whose life would most certainly be spared. Morris entered the Evans home with nothing more than a note, urging them to surrender. Seeing no way out, Evans sent his own son with a note back out to the cordon, reading, "Sheriff Kay, come to my house without arms, and you will not be harmed. I want to talk to you." Another set of notes was exchanged, and Sheriff Kay finally entered Evans' yard without as much as a toothpick on his person. Evans and Morrill emerged and followed suit, shaking hands with the lawman before surrendering. Morrill was sentenced to life behind bars for the theft of Marshal Morgan's pistol. On February 20th, 1894, Chris Evans received another life sentence himself and returned to Folsom soon thereafter. He remained there for 17 years until California Governor Hiram Johnson granted him a pardon. Throughout his incarceration, Evans maintained that he had never robbed a train in his life, and that any murder or manslaughter he committed was purely an act of self-defense. During his time behind bars, he embraced socialism, believing it to be the solution to the lack of ethics of large business corporations. After his release, Evans' wife and daughter Eva toured the state with a melodrama called Sontag and Evans, portraying he and his brother's brigand as wronged heroes. Christopher Evans was exiled from the Golden State and spent his remaining years in Portland, Oregon, where he passed away on February 9, 1917. George Sontag was pardoned on March 21, 1908, and took a job as a manager at Tim McGrath's resort in San Francisco, located on Pacific Street. He later left this position to write a book about his misadventures, an autobiography called A Pardoned Lifer, a warning for anyone considering jumping into a life of crime. It was later revealed the book was written by famed ghostwriter Opie Warner. George ultimately moved back home to Minnesota and gave talks in upper Midwest metros, such as Milwaukee, Minneapolis, and at the Mankato Opera House, focusing on similar messages made in his autobiography. Around 1915, he created a movie titled The Folly of a Life of Crime, though no copies of the film are currently available. His final whereabouts remain unclear, but in 1929, he was mentioned as residing in San Francisco in his mother's obituary. A proper ending for a man of such mystery. Much like his older brother John, the elder statesman of the California Outlaws who couldn't be caught, until they were. There may not be any two siblings quite like the Sontag brothers who symbolize the inherent lawlessness of the American frontier. In theory, they could have been on the run forever, but considering as much is an act of futility. No one ever really escapes the inevitable end of the Old West.